Testing. I've unmuted it. Testing. Hello and welcome to the last round of the main event in the Niger Delta Games 2026. On your screens, Prestige from Akwa Ibom State going against Samuel from Abia State. And just a quick update, in the last game, we saw Clinton from Edo State finally claim the title of the gold medal in this tournament as he won that round against Prestige, who is playing from Akwa Ibom State. So big congratulations to Clinton, who throughout this tournament did not drop a single game. And in the female category too, he had Sophia from Delta State also gives a nice in this tournament, who was on 9 wins and no losses so far. So, congratulations to Clinton and Sophia winning the singles event for both the male and female category. So, into the game now, we saw an exchange from Prestige and now Samuel playing Pod as his first move. So, both players right now are for the silver medal, as Prestige is on 6 wins, 3 losses, and Samuel also on 6 wins and 3 losses. So either of those two players is likely to be the silver medalist for this competition. Back into the game now, the exchange seems to have paid off for Prestige as he has drawn into the blank. He has YSTING, has a lot of options here. Let's see what he's able to come up with. And meanwhile, we can have a general look at the medal table for the Niger Delta Games across all competitions. So Edo State right now has 33 gold medals. Meanwhile, in second place, Delta has 25 gold medals. And with Clinton from Edo State winning the gold in the singles events just now, I think it's safe to say Edo State now has 34 gold medals. Meanwhile, Delta State with 25, and with Sophia's win in the female category, we can say that is an extra gold medal for Delta State. So big ups to this state doing really, really well and dominating this tournament. Here, I believe you'll be seeing Spain as the bingo here for Prestige. And just in case you're wondering, there is still a lot of Scrabble to be played in this tournament. This is only the singles event. Right after this last round, we would be starting the doubles event later on in the day. And tomorrow would also be seeing the team events where players from each state would also be competing against players from other states across their table. So staying there is the bingo for Prestige. All right, scores are Prestige 73 points to Samuel's 12 points. And okay, I think we're seeing a phony, but I'm unsure what that tile is. I believe it's that's H. So that should be oysters, which is valid. HOITERS is the rack for Samuel there, and he's going for oysters that scores 72 points. So I think we'll be seeing a really interesting game here. Prestige starting out with Spain, and then a reply from Samuel right after playing oysters for 72 points. There was, however, an 86-point option for Samuel, if we could cite the word Harriet playing down this lane here. for 86 points. But Oysters too scores pretty well and it's a world is sure up, so no harm done here. Okay, we can see Prestige lining up here. But I doubt there will be an opening for that on the board. So a quick score update here. Oysters scoring 72 points. It takes Samuel to 84 points, while Prestige is on 73. Oh, there is in fact a link for Dokia on the board, but oof, Prestige seems to have missed that. That would be a really costly miss because he had 75 points available for him playing Dokia right beneath the HO here. Finally, would have opened up the triple A right now. A 75 point bingo. Something, excuse me, something you would not want to pass up on. But in the absence of that, we spotted the move Reiki, which scores pretty well too. The Reiki for 42 points, and Samuel now cashing in on the spot where Prestige could have played his bingo, playing Talent there for 72 points. Although I would have personally preferred to see Delation through the eye that Prestige is playing his bingo right now. That would have, not exposed the nine timer. But Talent here for 72 points is the move, and without wasting time, see Prestige going for Obenberg, which is a pretty nice find for Prestige. Owenberg scoring 86 points, the only available bingo for him on that turn. Quick score check. Prestige on 201 to Samuel's 156. This might be the game for the silver medal, but we can see that both players here are bringing their A game and are ready to put in their best. 4 bingos so far in the game already, and there are only 4 moves in by each player. Staying the fourth bingo from Prestige, right after Oysters was the reply from Samuel. And not long after, Samuel was able to spot Talon and Ovenberg now from Prestige. And are we seeing yet again another bingo? Repeating its raining bingos here with a wrap of Rebaing. Rebating for 92 points. I'm sure Prestige might have been relaxed playing the 86-point bingo, feeling pretty confident, but now a 92-point bingo reply from Samuel must be pretty shaky for him right now as Samuel takes his lead further to a margin of 47 points. But luck shines on Prestige. As you can see, he has found the blank on his rack, and this would appear to be a really, really interesting game. And let's see how we can navigate his turn. He has the blank, but unfortunately, a couple of vowels with that, and only the T to bail him out as the consonant. So things might be slowing down here for a while. We can even see Samuel to straining into 2 U's and a W. So I think the reign of bingos would be ending for a while, but there is still a lot of drama and a lot of scoring to be made in this game. So let's see how each. There is in fact a bingo to the S. Let me confirm if I'm not mistaken. His style he has AITIOA blank. So yes, to the floating S in oysters. He has Apositia, APOSITIA plays there. And one more bingo to the R in Reiki, which is Zoiatria. Really obscure bingos for Prestige. But I'm sure he knows the word Apositia. So if he can really lock in on that spot and think about making his blank the P, I think he will be able to spot Apositia to the S. But we will see him taking his time, and rightfully so. And if he's unable to spot those bingos, he could, just balance his styles, and he would most likely be able to bingo next time. So options for balancing his styles, could go for simple ideas like AIA here. It opens up a lane here for his bingo. So for a bingo, all right, we're saying going for ITA. A bit questionable. Obviously, you need to worry about picking more vowels with what you have, retaining O, I, and A. So what if he goes into the band and pick more vowels? That's going to be a bit of trouble. So a little nuance there that Prestige needed to consider. Yeah, ITA scores 16 points, and wasting no time, Samuel going for just YU there. We had the rap UWTAYM. Personally, I think you should just tack the M to that and play young. Or maybe he's worried about opening up too many lanes for his opponent. So he's going for just YU instead. That scores 29 points, retaining WAUNT. Back to Prestige, FOEIAS plan. He should be able to spot his bingos through the L in Talon or the R rating. I think the bingos through the R are pretty simple. He has for sale and for said and Farinos there. For floaties is also something he could play through the L in Talon, scoring pretty much the same points. So we're going to see Prestige take his time here. Quick score check, saying Samuel at 277 to Prestige's 217. And after a 61 point bingo here, the scores are going to be pretty much evened up, and it'd be interesting to see how the game goes. There is still the Z, X, Q, and J on scene, and depending on the right openings, those could really score a lot of points depending on who has those tiles. So still a couple of tiles left that could decide how this game would swing. I'm sure Prestige would most likely have found the bingos to the R, but seeing that the score only 60 points, would be really thinking about bingos that would start with the R or play to the floaters that would score really well. But I can confirm that right now his best options are just what's like floaties, farinos, and the likes that score only 60 points. I see Tim Luluwa in the chat. Thank you so much for joining us. For anyone just joining in, this is the last round of the singles event at the Niger Delta Games 2026. I can confirm that Clinton from Edo State has won the male gold medal for this tournament. But right now, Prestige and Samuel are going head to head for the silver medal. So whoever wins this game is going to take home that area. Right now, it is a really close and interesting game. We've seen a couple of bingos in this game so far. This is the sixth move, and there have been 5 bingos so far from both players, and this is going to make it the sixth now with Farinos played by Prestige. And I'm really excited to see how the rest of this game goes. So Farinos there for 61 points. We'll take the scores to Prestige's 278 to Samuel's 277. Okay, you're seeing a challenge here. That's going to be an extra 10 points for Samuel, for Prestige rather. That would be 71 points for Prestige there. In really close games like this, you'd try and be careful that you're not giving out too many plus 10s for the opponent, because imagine you end up winning the game, or sorry, losing the game with less than 10 points. Then you're going to start regretting, oh, why did I challenge that word and award the opponent an extra 10 points. So, but Samuel is unsure of the word and rightfully should challenge and make sure that it is a valid word. Because if it isn't, then it's going to be 0 for the opponent. So, understandable challenge there for Samuel. So he has rank Mowaul and T. I was saying going for something pretty simple here. Okay, I thought you wanted to play Mo at the top right corner, but we see him going for it underneath the tiles and talent. I think there are a lot of places that I could have scored a lot more. Here it scores 23 points, but playing the same word here would have scored 28 points. So I think that was a slight oversight from Samuel, given the fact that the games or the scores are close. I think going for the highest possible score you can get is pretty important. And obviously, you can't block up all the lanes on the board, so you shouldn't be worried about trying to close down the board, but just trying to get as much points as you can. And Prestige there with a tough draw of Giiuiot. I listed earlier that there are still a lot of juicers to be picked. There's the Z, the J, the Q, the X, and after that bingo, join into a pretty ugly rack right now must be pretty devastating. But let's see if we can weather the storm. Make, as I love to say, make lemonades out of these lemons. So Giiiot is an exchange worth considering because his options are very limited. In fact, the only stellar play aside swapping would be Saudi. Let me see if I can point that out on the board. Saudi here plays out the O, U, and I. It doesn't score well enough, or I mean, it's the only thing that plays out a couple of vowels from what he has. So if he's unable to spot that, I think the best option has to be to swap. There are too many good tiles in the back to be picked, and I'm trying to play out 2000 as we see him trying to play now with only slowing down. I mean, the scores are still pretty close. So personally, I think I would swap if I'm unable to spot moves like Saudi that plays out 3 of his powers. But we're seeing going for OI, and who knows, it might still be a favorable move later on because if it has, okay, the Q has already been played. Oh, the Q is still in the back. So if he has a Q with that, I'm sure you would feel pretty confident about his rack. So Samuel now with L. Okay, I know he has ZAT and HAUL. So ZAT HAUL. With the Z, I'm sure you would feel pretty confident about scoring pretty well on this board. Let's see. So move was played for 23 points. And OI. So that means Prestige is leading just 2 points. And Samuel should be able to squeeze out certain points from this board with the tiles he has. Okay, I can see him arranging AULT. I'm unsure where he's considering playing those tiles. But I think the most obvious choice would simply be words like LUZ down here. But we see him going for UH. I'm unsure, is he trying to lock down the board? I think this even worsens it because it makes it a lot easier for tiles to be played here than it were before. So I'm not quite sure why he made the UH move. I get that you're trying to retain your Zs to score higher next turn, or UH scores way too little, I think. Any Z here scores well enough and just keep scoring and hoping for good draws. So UH played for 16 points, and luckily for Prestige, after the move of OI, his rack is looking, a bit um, good. Yeah, I think he should. I think he's fixated on where Samuel played just now, and most of his moves have nothing to do with that sport. I think something as simple as ETUI here seems pretty good. Scores about how many points? That's 22 points, retaining GIS. I think he has spotted that. You can see him um, setting that aside on his rack. So ETUI there seems pretty good, doesn't give back too much to his opponent, and he retains the S and a vowel to just in case he has issues later on. Still a pretty close game. Taking a quick peek at Samuel's rack, you can see he has found the J and the Z. Or okay, Prestige perhaps focused on. I'm not quite sure the purpose of this move. Maybe he thought the UH was a setup or he's trying to balance his styles. I'm not sure. Because I know he spotted the ETUI move, but did not want to go for that. But let's see what happens. See, I played there for 13 points. And now we see FALAJ, T, and Z. I think things are looking pretty good for Samuel here because he could play out his J first for maybe 30 points or almost 30 points in a couple of places in the board and still retain the Z to score more points later on. So he has countless options here. Personally, without wanting to open the board too much, I think I'll just simply go for something like Raj. Sorry, RAJ here scores 29 points and retains the Z. Doesn't give back anything to the opponent. But I think he wants to go for maybe TAJ there. The downside is playing TAJ here just gives back underlaps here. So I would not exactly like that move. And the same idea here too. TAJ, as it's playing right now, gives back parallel plays here. So RAJ at the top of the board scores well. Oh, sorry. RAJ scores well. And doesn't give back too much to the opponent. So okay, another interesting choice here. Same idea. Okay, it's going for JA there instead, retaining FL80Z. Pretty good choice. JA there scores 28 points with FL80Z as its lead. Prestige having to suffer for the decision he made in the last turn with the move of TI. Now he's left with too many vowels. I think playing a 3 ETUI in the last move would have been a lot better. So we can see Samuel having a gradual lead here. Even without the bingo, it's about a 30 points lead. And next turn, said Samuel would still be able to score a lot of points on the board. So I think this just shows the importance of having tiles like the Z and the J. Even without bingos, you could score pretty solidly with them and be able to extend your lead. Most especially when your opponents like Prestige right now is having some trouble with styles, a lot of forwards and not a lot of scoring options. So would he want to consider making a setup play for his S? Okay, I think both players are trying to reconcile the scores and make sure it is accurate. I can confirm that all things being equal, Samuel should be on 344 to Prestige 315. is okay. So that's Falelor. Now, just the sport I mentioned just now, the Zeta move, which personally I think have been scary for me to make as a player, knowing that the S's and the one S and two R's are still the same. But it seems to be favoring Samuel now, as he would be the first to cash in on that spot. Could play FORE or FORA down. You can see it's going for FORE for 40 points. And that would give him a 70 points lead. So a lot of catching up for Prestige to do in this game. But could there be a bit of hope for Prestige? He has AIRCASE, which there are no bingos for him on this turn. There are 7 tiles left unseen. The only advantage right now is there are only two vowels left, the A and the E. So it is almost sure that Samuel will be running through bit of vowel trouble after the last move of FORE. So is there a way that Prestige can recognize that and use that to his advantage to win this game? Okay, with the draw that Samuel has, that means the queue is still in the bag. So Prestige here has to be really careful of not playing out too many tiles so that can avoid having that or picking that queue, which would really hinder his chances of being going. Really, really interesting choices. Here is he's going for just Zoa. ZOA there scores 24 points, and I think he has rightfully understood the risk of playing out too many vowels. So 24 points there for Prestige. But I think seeing the trend, okay, he's going for AA now. Yes, I think this is reasonable. This costed 3 points, leaving CRIES. I think there was a very interesting option there. If he could play Zoic, let me see if I can pen that down. ZOIC. Given the tiles left in the pool, it's going to be really difficult for Samuel to do anything about playing anything here that would like be really scary or score a lot. So Zoic there would retain AAERS and I, which is AAERS instead, which is a really good leave considering the tiles left in the back. So I think Zoic there would have obviously avoided a move like Fax, and not just that, but create an obvious stress that Samuel has to score less to take care of. But Zoa to scoring 33 points, it was still a solid choice. So quick score update. For the move of Zoa for 33, X was played, and Prestige still trails by over 70 points. So he desperately needs a bingo, and not just that, must make sure he doesn't draw into the queue because it could be a problem. PICREWS. With just 4 tiles left in the bag, I would do anything but play out the vowel I have. I'm not sure the reasoning behind this, but from his perspective, there are only two vowels left. So I think him holding on to that I and E is extremely important. I think the move that the computer really likes here would be just jaw at the spot where he played PIC, threatening the S hook. And as you can see from the three move play, he has drawn into the Q, which would be really, really difficult to um, drop down anywhere on this board. So jaw should have been the move by Prestige there if he wanted any chance here in that move. I think now it's pretty comfortable, even without a lot of vowels. It's pretty comfortable to score and win this game, especially the fact that it did not draw into that queue and Prestige has that queue instead. So SEW was the move for Prestige. Just less than 30 seconds to go. But I think even that move was rushed, but still not a lot of options for Prestige anyways. But SUQ would have been the only spot for the Q, looking YUS. So let me point that out here. SUQ here would have been the only move. Would have been the only move that would have played out his Q. But now with the move of SEW, there's practically no spots for that Q. Yes, Deborah Christopher in the chat has said in everything, Samuel shouldn't draw that Q, and that is exactly what has played out here. After that move of PIC, I think it was very crucial that Prestige played out only one tile, regardless of where it is on the board, just a one tile play that would also threaten an open. And I think JAW at this spot here would have done exactly what he needed. Oh, sorry, let me adjust that. So JAW would have threatened Jaws, obviously, for a bingo here. So, and playing out only one time. Obviously, there's still the chance that it would draw into the queue, but it would just really reduce his chances of that happening. So, really fast end game play here from both players after Sue was played. I think NED was what Samuel played next. And VOL for Prestige. And now with L and N, still no spot for those two tiles to play, but the right move is what Samuel is making right now. JARL. Still no spot for the Q for Prestige, so it probably just plays R somewhere on the board. Okay, so Rum was played, and then to finish off, maybe Hewn, HEWN would be the highest scoring spot for that. And oh, this was such an incredible game. For anyone that was following from the start, we saw back to back to back bingos. Moves like staying from Prestige was the first bingo played, and right after Oysters from Samuel for 72 points. Then, without wasting too much time, Talon came again from Samuel, but Prestige found a really, really nice find of Ovenberg for 86 points. And you'd think, oh, that was the end of the reign of bingos, but Samuel said no. And Baton came down through that T for 92 points. And since then, Prestige has had to struggle even after finding Farinos for 61 points and was challenged for 10 extra points. It still wasn't enough. Saw a couple of plays from both players, just low scoring plays, but the board was pretty much choked up and the tiles were unfavorable. However, Salmo was able to join into the J and the Z, which were very, very crucial in this game. The J scored 38 points and Z for Zeta scored 37 points. And with the dynamics of the board and how close the scores were, those two um, moves really, really determined a lot. And then we saw FORE for 40 points for Samuel come later on. And Prestige was really trying his best to try and gun for a bingo, but it just couldn't come. And I think the deciding move was the PIC played by Prestige, which at that point in the game, I think he could not afford to pay out 3,000. Also, use up one of his bowlers because there were not a lot of bowlers left in the bag. So, really, really nice play from both players. Congratulations to Samuel from Abia State winning the silver medal. And I'll get confirmation soon on who the gold medal will be. So, big ups to both players. And for anyone who is unaware, you're still just joining. In the female category, we had Sophia from Delta State to win the gold medal, while in the male category here, we had Imode Clinton from Edo State winning the gold medals. I remain your commentator, Excel Mayowa. Thank you so much for anyone that has been joining. Charles would have the doubles events coming up on your screens very soon, so make sure you stick around. There is still a lot of Scrabble to be played here, the Niger Delta Games 2026. Peace. Welcome everyone to the first round of the doubles event in the Niger Delta Games 2026. We just watched the completion of the singles event, and for the male category, Clinton from Edo State clinched the gold medal, while Samuel from Abia State won silver, and Peruwe from Bayelsa State won bronze. Meanwhile, in the females category, we had Sophia from Delta State winning gold. Rosaline from Abia State, who surprisingly is also related to Samuel, who won silver in the male category, winning silver, and Rhoda from Bayelsa State winning gold. So this is the first round of the doubles event. We have Bayelsa State going against Akwa Ibom. From Bayelsa State, we have Peruwe and oh, and August Shannon representing Bielsa there. And for Akwa Ibom, we have Covenant and Prestige representing Akwa Ibom there. So into the game very quickly, Bielsa players they're choosing to balance their tiles, playing IF as their first move. Okay, just um, sorting out the arrangement of the tiles on the board. I believe we are good to go. So IF there for 10 points. An interesting choice to start vertically. It's a common thing that most Scrabble players like to start their first move horizontally. But here we're seeing a vertical play by the Bielsa players. So Akwa Ibom with the tiles F, G, ILTER. No big goods for them on this turn. So they'll probably do something similar to balancing their tiles too. They can play GIF, booking IFF. Seems like a pretty good option here, playing GIF or Fig in the same spot too is worth considering. Okay, they might want to go longer playing GIF. I can see that being arranged on the board. I'll be on the rack rather. It's always interesting to see tournaments where there's the doubles event because I think it goes to show how well both players can agree on certain moves and all that. So yeah, as interesting as singles events could be at times, I think one of the most interesting ones could be the doubles events because there are certain times that both players will have conflicting choices or decisions to make on their moves, and this could, really turn how games turn out. So it's very interesting to see how this game would end up. So you can see they're considering gifts as their move to hook IFF, which is what they are going for here. Gift scores 21 points, and it's back to Team Biosa. It's HAITER. Not quite sure what the last term is yet. Oh, and that's an S. So they're most definitely going to bingo on at this turn. So they have Hastia, who can gifts, would score 75 points, or Shariat, who can TIFF is also a move worth considering. Shariat could play here or Hastia as they are arranging right now. Pretty good start for Team Bielsa here, but we can see Akwa Ibom holding on to the J there, so that could yield a couple of points for their turn. And it's one thing to note too, in doubles events, it's very easy to get carried away discussing what decisions to make, and that could really eat up into their time. So just to see how both teams are going to manage their time for this game. It's still the same 20 minutes as they had in the singles event. So let's see if that would come into play for this game. All right, Jiva seems to be the move for Team Aqua Ibom there. Jiva scores 37 points, pretty solid. Is out a lot of tiles. Jivia through the eye in his tier was something worth considering. So that scores 3 points left. So Jiva here for 7 points is pretty reasonable. Biosa going into a bit of trouble there. The two U's and a W. Well, thankfully, we had UWU added to the lexicon recently. So that would really bail them out. But generally, having to have those set of tiles is still not something Scrabble players are excited to see. So rightfully, they're playing out the UWU combination there and hoping for the best going into the next turn. So current scores is Biosa's 100 points to Akwa Ibom's 58 points, and they have KUIAAEL. I think they are setting aside the KUIA to play it next to the J here, which will score 25 points, leaving ALE. Looks pretty good, and it's sort of open up the board. Okay, they're choosing to go for KUIA in a different placement. The scores 2 points less. So we can see Prestige there taking the move back, perhaps not liking that choice. This is one of the things I mentioned just now about time management. In doubles events, we always see both players having to really think through their rap and have maybe conflicting choices at times. I think here it's a no-brainer. You could go for the KUIA that was just arranged, looking arc, or book it to J for 25 or 23 points. So not too much to think about here or to waste time on. I believe there might be other moves in the game that would require a lot more time to think. So uh, unless they are unsure of the word, because there's always that. KUIA might look obscure right now, especially when you know you're in the hot seat. I know there are a lot of people watching you on the internet and really don't want to phone. So that's a possibility too. So we can see them switching to KIE, which is valid, but the downside is it retains AUL, which is not the best of use. So, same Aquibon here seems to be going for KAIE, which I assume they are a lot more sure of than KUIA. So, Biasa now is LOOEINE. 1 point styles, too many vowels, not the best of styles to have, but they have a couple of options like Oleo, OLEO, next to the J is a move worth considering. That would retain I and score 17 points, plays out a lot of the tiles, and you can hope for the best. If they want to play a lot longer, there's the option of Olein here, Okin, NIFF. The downside, obviously, is it's going to give back this lane to the opponents. Plays out 6 towers, gives them a better chance of going into the bag and picking the blank or other favorable tiles, but I don't think it's quite worth it. Okay, we see them going for Lu instead. Leaving EIN. Still a reasonable choice, and it allows the hook for Alu, which could play a factor later on at the spot. So Ludia for 17 points, by your side is 117 points to Akwa Ibom's 81 points. Saying a lot more vowel trouble here for Akwa Ibom. They are UEAOAIL. Not many options that they would like because most of their moves, let's say through the R in hastier, like Oriola, would give back too much to the opponent. And if they go for a move like, let's say, Louis, Louie plates down here, okay, Li and Jod. Looks pretty good, but it exposes the L for the triple word lane. So the L would be around that side for access to either a 9-10 or just an easy scoring of the opportunity for the opponent to the triple word lane. So, but Louis seems to be one of the best options they have right now. That scores really well, and plays out a lot of tiles. But I think it's best to play it safe. You can see them sitting aside AUA. I'm sure they're the plan to play that. So we can see them really taking their time here. Both teams have about 40 minutes left on the clock, which is still sufficient time. I just worry that this is the fourth move of the game, and they might really, really need that time later on if it happens to be a close end game or something. Taking a peek at Biosa's graph, you can see they have um, REINENS, which would give them the bingo of Ermines, provided there is the space for that. Okay, AUA in a pretty dangerous spot is the move for Team Akwa Ibom there because it allows the easy S hook next to the word there to the triple lane. And if Biosa has the exact styles for the bingo there to score pretty well, but right now their bingos has nothing to do with that side of the board. They can play mines next to the I in IFF. It doesn't score too well, but I mean the bingo is a bingo. That's 63 points. So mines plays here for 63 points. Another interesting choice. There's a 9-letter word for them through the GU on the board. If there's anyone in the chat that can spot that word, it's actually an 8-letter word that takes the hook S. So they have a bingo through that G if they can spot that too. But Airmines is the 7-letter bingo they have. And I'm curious to see if they would go for the Foley Reminds. You can see them arranging that. Reminds is a pretty popular Foley, but I expect that they wouldn't go for that. Rightfully, I can see Airmines being arranged right now. I know that's the thing with playing doubles. One player might be sure of Airmines, the other might be saying, no, it's Reminds. So there could be a lot of conflict of ideas or opinions when playing doubles. And I think that just allows a lot of interest in the sort of events, seeing two players trying to decide which word to go for. But yeah, they've made it the right choice. Mines is the one, and I can see Bright in the chat pointing out the nine letter BAS Marines through the GU would be their second bingo option there. This sort of exposes the E for the Z, or I mean, have to go for your bingo game on. So Akwa Ibom there with Eloina, which I believe would play beneath. I'm not quite sure yet. And build mines for 63. Then Eloina next. Oh, no possible space for that on the board. I thought the Ugu would allow that on the lap, but it is just one space short. So no space for the bingo, and even though there are a lot of floaters on the board, unfortunately, none would yield an 8-letter word for them. So someone asking which is better, playing doubles or singles. I think it can be argued that there's a lot of advantage to playing doubles because you have your word power combined with that of your teammates. But at the same time, I think that the fact that there would always be conflict of interest or opinions is the major issue in doubles, especially when it comes to like end games or in the middle of the game where you want to decide to, let's say, swap or play out a tile or something. So there's always going to be that issue where both players are unsure of which decision to make. But yeah, it does have a lot of advantages. If one player is unsure of what the other is, then you end up, playing a lot of bingos and there will be a lot less misses. Okay. All right. So what are they going to do? 11 minutes left on the clock. Both teams seem to be really, really taking their time, and I have a feeling that it's going to affect both teams when they reach the end game or close to the pre-end game anyway. There is still 50 tiles, 55 tiles left on sim, 7 of them on the opponent's rack, so that's about 48 tiles left in the bag. They're down to half of their time. The game is only going to get tougher and tougher, trying to squeeze out points from the board, trying to decide on which moves to make. So we see Neroli, which seems reasonable. It scores 25 points. As it stands, there are still 2 blanks left in the back. So I think going for Neroli, scoring 25 points, playing out 6 tiles, giving yourself the chance to pick one of those blanks is a very, very good choice here. I would have, however, liked to see words like Olein, which plays parallel to a mine. This scores up to 34 points, which is a lot more than 25. So I think that was a little bit of an oversight, but I like the idea of Neroli playing out a lot of tiles and hoping to pick something better. But I also wasting no time going for CHAO there, scoring really well, leaving GAN. There was, in fact, a miss here, but it's a pretty difficult word to spot. Through the R in hasty, Charango was a bingo available for Team Bielsa, but in the absence of that, playing Chow for 36 points is still a pretty reasonable choice. More of our troubles for Akwa Ibom, despite the 6-tile play, still unable to find really good tiles to pick in the bag. They had OPE, ROE, and A. Without a lot of inspiring options, just playing OPE, they're leaving ARO. Seems like a pretty good choice. So OPE for 26 points would take the scores to Bielsa's 216 to Akwa Ibom's 142. I think Bielsa here is beginning to understand the time pressure and speeding things up with the move of Danny from the rack of Enny, Ag, and L. So Danny there scores 34 points. Another option for them could have been Gandhi for 36 points, but either is pretty much fine. So Danny for 35 points. And finally, Akwa Ibom seems to have found their way around pretty good tiles there. They have daughters, Troads, and Torsade, even roasted too, as options um, for them to be played on the board. And as soon as they can spot this lane here, they can plunk down the 7 letter bingo on that spot. So words like daughters, they would score 76 points, hooking Dare and OOM. Troads also plays in that same spot, Torsade, roasted, and the only 8 letter bingo they have is to be hard in HTR, which is Bootstrap, but it scores just 2 less. So I expect that they've seen their bingos. As you can see, they've arranged it on their racks. The only issue now is finding where it plays on the board. Okay, we can see Prestige there pointing to the spot for his teammates to start arranging the bingo. So yeah, really nice find there. The word itself not obscure, but having to spot that lane on the board is still a good job from the Akwa Ibom players there. 75 points would take the score to Idahosa 250 to Akwa Ibom 217. Akwa Ibom still find themselves trailing after the bingo. And as you can see, Idahosa has drawn into the first blank of today, and would they be able to spot their bingos through the R? Let's see if anyone in the chat can um, mention the bingos for Team Biosa. That's the word everyone pretty much knows, and probably hope never to encounter such people. The other might be a bit strange to non-scrabblers. So let's see if the Biosa players can spot the bingo or would choose to balance their tiles, hoping for much easier bingos to spot. Meanwhile, they have a pretty good lead, about 33 points, and it's still their turn to play. So if they go for 30 points, that would extend their lead to 60 points in the absence of not spotting their bingo. Still, a second black left on saying the Z, the X, and the Q still in the bag. So I think we'll still be having a pretty interesting game, whether Team Biosa is able to spot their bingo or not. And it's funny how many games on stream here have started very close, as if anyone followed the last game of the singles event where Prestige and Samuel played for the silver medal. The game started really close. They were both playing bingos until certain tiles that Samuel had, like the J and Z, and certain openings, and that he could cash in on, eventually made the game go in his favor. So we've seen many games on stream here like this that have been pretty close, but by the time you reach the end game and end game, it starts tilting towards one opponent side. So I think they've played their move of just BA, hooking boom. So the bingos they had there was burglars. They are in Hastia, which would score 70 points. I mean, at this point, that move would have really increased their chances of winning the game. So now there's still a bit of hope for Team Akwa Ibom, even though they don't have the best of talent right now, but there is still really slight hope for them to still in this game. So they're going for beta on the the rack. That scores 27 points, and I like the idea that it opens up the board a bit, at least nowadays. The A float, they'll obstruct the N in narrowly, which would have been much better to bingo through. And wow, Biosa has drawn into the second blank, most definitely going to play the bingo. UGLRS and two blanks. There are a ton of options here, and all they have to do is just decide on which one scores best and doesn't give back too much skill. The most obvious choice would be Argulus, Argulus, next to YA here. That scores 75 points and doesn't give back too much to the opponent. So if they can spot that, it would pretty much, not end the game per se, but tilts the chances of them winning to the extreme. So Argulus there would be the best choice, but in the absence of that, we have things like Singular to be A in Baited that scores 68 points, which I'm sure they can find. And then the same words like burglars to paste through the R in paste here. So we can see both players taking their time here, making sure they are not making any mistake. It's very easy when you have two blanks that your mind starts thinking of countless words to play until you decide on playing the wrong one. So yeah, I think it would be saying gestural. Let me wait for confirmation. All things being equal, the blanks should be E and U and T rather. So that would be gestural there would score 68 points. That would give Team Biosa a pretty good lead. Now with the fact that there are no more blanks left, and maybe the only hope for Team Akwa Ibom would be to play bingo right now or join to the Z and find a really high scoring play for the Z. Or it's EV, ENT, CD, things are not looking so good right now. Okay, I think Biosa is on hold. Maybe Team Akwa Ibom is considering challenging that move and they're unsure if that word is valid. And it's pretty understandable because after this move, Biosa would have a 100-point gap. So knowing that it would be really hard to catch up to that, you would want to challenge it. But if you're pretty sure that it's a valid word, then the extra 10 points is unnecessary. So you can see Biosa already picking their tiles there, and now Akwa Ibom has to decide what they can do here. There are 11 tiles left on the bag. The Q, the Z, even the X still unset. So I'm pretty sure Biosa would pick one of those combinations, that is Z, the Q, or the X. And just as I said, the Z has found its way on Team Biosa's back. So event was the move there by Akwa Ibom. Not a move I particularly like because if they are tracking, then they would see that there's a scarcity of barrels. So only one A, one E, two I's, and two O's left. So playing events, leaving CD could cause a bit of trouble for them. You saw this exact same kind of scenario play out in the last game where Prestige played PIC, and looking at the unseen tiles, there were only two vowels left. So the chances of him picking either of those two vowels were slim, and as this Scrabble board would have it, due into the queue and a bunch of other consonants, which couldn't allow him to bingo and therefore losing the game. So I think a move like events has too many disadvantages to it. I mean, it already shuts down that lane, which would have been really nice for bingo. Also, it doesn't retain any power. Without wasting time, Team Bielsa cashing in on that Z with ZEP, leaving OWNR. ZEP there scores 47 points, and it's safe to say that it would be next to impossible for Akwa Ibom now to steal this game. Uh, Bielsa has about 120 points lead, and you can see that Akwa Ibom there is struggling with their tiles. Wasting no time, they played MYC there, and QI, the next move from Team Bielsa. QI OWNIX was the set of tiles there. And the best thing about this is they're still keeping the X to score really well next turn, because there is this lane here for over 40 points. So playing that Q first, making sure they don't end up Q stick, was a very good choice there from Team Bielsa. Their X would most definitely still score pretty well in their next turn. Works can play here or here. Sorry, correct that. Works here, works here. Yep. We have ADT GOLD. Scores right now. Bielsa at 47 to Akwa Ibom's 297, and it's already tiles out. No tiles left to be picked in the bag, so it's going to be Bielsa winning the first round of the doubles event here. If they can, there is a very sneaky 36 points play for Akwa Ibom. They will book a couple of tiles here, forming TAI, IDEM, and Z. But we can see them going for gold. I think they recognize that they need to play out as long as they can so that they can finish next turn. So gold leaving D80 is a pretty good tactic. So this would determine not to affect the WOX for 45 that Bielsa has at the top left corner of the board. But I'm surprised they've not played it immediately. Maybe they were really banking on where gold was played for the WOX, but the gestural play there with the E being the blank sometimes can make the players forget that they have a move there. So it's understandable. If the word itself was the E, the tile itself was the E, then I think they would have quickly spotted that they have the WX there. But the fact that it's a blank can make it easy to overlook. But even aside that, OX down where gold was played is still a solid option for 41 points. So OX right here, leaving W still scores pretty well. I'm a bit surprised they're going for Knicks. So that means they did in fact see that spot. Or maybe the being playing works there to give back team 80 for the opponent. Yeah. So I understand the reasoning, but holding on to that W, it's not the best course of action, works after the calculation is done, and then third is played there for 26 points. It would still score higher than them opting for mix now. Then the opponent still plays um, third for like 14 points on the board. So catching that W and O with them after all the mass is done, it's still not favorable for Bios. But yeah, at the end of the day, they are going to win this game. So data, the final move by Akwa Ibom there for 10 points. And the final score would be Bios has 466 to Akwa Ibom's 339. Just as I said, the game was pretty close throughout, even up until the middle of the game. But soon after, you could see that it tilted very greatly towards Team Biosa by the time we reached the end game. Tiles like the Q, the X, and Z were very crucial in racking up a lot of points for Team Biosa. It was just too difficult for Akwa Ibom to do anything about it. But still, this is the first of many rounds. And up next, we'll be having the doubles from the female category. And we're really excited to see what is in store there. I remain your commentator, Excel Muiwa. Make sure you guys stick around, have the next round up on your screen very soon. All right, welcome to round two of the doubles event. Delta here going in Bielsa. Representing Delta State, we have Abel and Isioma Clement. For Team Bielsa, we just saw them on stream. That's August Shannon and Big Day uh, representing Bielsa State there. So Delta to go first, and they have really good starts there with the rack of JNKIES. They could go for moves like Jakes, and in the absence of that, Kanji, KANJI, would be the best move because that retains the S for later. But Jakes for 48 points is still a really solid option here. So 48 points for the first move. They must be pretty happy about that. Bielsa now, still having their tiles a bit skewed, but I think that should be Boulran. Oh, that's two A's. Okay, Boulara. All right. So right now they could play JOUAL down the J in Jakes. Seems like a pretty good option here. The scores. This scores 24 points. Apologies for my little there. But yeah, this scores 24 points and would be a pretty good start for them. Plays out a lot of their vowels and retains RAP. There are a lot more defensive options they can go for. I particularly like most like BOLAR right here. So BOLAR. Uh, Still trying to get the hang of this. But VOLAR there scored 33 points. The downside is in AU. But we see them going for oral instead, retaining VA. Not what I would particularly advise. VU is not a really good lead to have. And oral scores 25 points. So Ola or even those Valor, VALOR in that same spot would have been such a better option. But the move has been decided and it's back to Team Delta here. It's TINYLID. Sure, they're happy to see that Y, which give them a lot of scoring options. So there's Jake and there's Jakes and there's Jakes. So that T would be very crucial. So they could book the T to Jakes, playing words like tinily, just any word there, tidily, score 32 or 31 points. In the absence of that, there are just so many scoring options for Team Delta right now. You have to be able to lock in on books and all that right now. So Tidy still plays at the exact spot they play right now, but I think we'll be seeing the full year of ARM. I expect that to be challenged off. Okay, so we'll be seeing a challenge of ARM. Unfortunately, that's going to be 0 points for Team um, Delta. All right, back to the board. Tidily would have played quite beautifully here, looking ART, KI, and ELD. But with that phoning now, it's giving the opponent an opportunity to score really well from a rack of Zulu and BAA. Yeah, this scores 48 points, leaving 8, which is nothing to complain about after scoring 48 points. You see them going for Yin, and taking a bit of time on this rack, there was in fact a bingo from the U exposed after the move of Zulu. So untidily, it would have been a 72-point bingo that was just missed by Team Delta. But in the absence of that, they've gone for Yin, YIN, scoring 27 points. Back to Team Biosa now, who, as we saw on stream, won their first game against Team Akwa Ibom. So would we be seeing them ride on that log and really good plays and secure a win yet again on stream? Well, let's find out. So they have AVITAIE. Sure, they would love to play words like a gift. All they need to do is just find really nice spots for it. And there, in fact, is a pretty inspiring spot right now for aviates. It could be at top the last move of the game. So this would book AYU CIN score 30 what points now? 30 points in fact. So and I think they found it. And the best thing about this is it's let's go of a lot of tiles. They did not have um pretty balanced tiles anyway. So playing out 6 tiles here, still two blanks and saying and a bunch of other tiles left to pick to the back. So pretty good spot there from Biosa. Okay, from INTDDNL, Team Delta spotted the extension of JO there to joint, which has some merit. It scores 24 points, but the lead is not um, so nice. DDLN can cause a lot of issues if we end up picking more consonants with that. So I think a move like link, sorry, just TIND instead, booking a V8 or it seems like a pretty good move there. Scores about 21 points, leaving DLN, which is slightly better than DDLN. Here they're going for the highest points they can get in that turn. And it's back to Team Biosa now. So they have Urinos as a playable bingo, which would play in a couple of options. First is Urinos atop the A in the 8. So this here would score 68 points. And the downside obviously is it exposes the triple lane here for maybe a 9-timer or the rest of the floaters there for the opponent. So what other options are there? The N in joints would yield reunions. So that would still expose the R for a 9-timer. So I think Urinos here for 68 points is pretty understandable. Personally, I would go for, I'm not sure what I would go for, but there's Nitrius as the safest option to the T in joints. Scores the least, but also has the least chances of the really crushing play from the opponent. So yeah, Uranus has been committed, and you can see why I said earlier the move of joint, the downside to leaving BPNL. If you don't pick vowels with that, then you're going to be in a bit of trouble. So the exact thing happening here after the move of Uranus, the opponents, the deltas here, a really nice reply to that bingo. We only said like cool. So quick score check. Starting move of gold, scoring 14 points. Biosa is at 171 points, 2 deltas, 1-3, and it's still Biosa's turn to play. And we can see them playing North right now for Krakow. NBED U opening, so that really reduces the chance of any really high scoring big one. I think we're seeing a challenge of the word not. It's going to be 10 extra points for the openings. So instead of 33, we'll be having 43 points, which will only increase the lead to 101 points right now. But let's see. Delta has pretty good tiles. WRINCED looks promising. Unfortunately, it won't be yielding any bingos for them on this turn. They have a 32 points play available. Who can this spot here win? They would score 32 points and seems pretty reasonable here. Opens up the board since they need it to be open since they are trailing. And I think they've spotted the move. Maybe just a bit skeptical that you opened, an easy scoring opportunity for the opponent on this lane. But at this point, you need to just go for the highest point you can get. I'm sure they'll try and ensure that they are not missing any obvious. They could even be 9-letter words through the E, and it looks a bit promising. But can confirm that there are no bingos for them, and rightfully they are playing win for 32 points. I'm sure they might have to worry a bit about Q bombs like QI here, score over 40 points. So by this stage, they're really trailing, so they need to score as much scores as possible, and also threaten a lot of high scoring plays too. But is what they have. And there is a really nice extension here, which I had no clue even existed. They could extend their last move of numbed to be numbed. That would score 45 points. It leaves BIICG, which is pretty ugly. And it also still leaves the G opening on the board. But I mean, 45 points is something worth considering. You might choose to play the word like Vinic first to the N and wind. That still retains BG, which you can come back to play benumbed later in the move. So yeah, I think the priority now would be to block off that D float and try and condition the board a bit. I know Vinic leaving BG would give you chances of taking better tiles. So, and you're almost 100% sure that you're coming back to play for 5 points later. So I think Vinic first would be a really good move if they can spot it. Okay, things are getting interesting. Delta there with the blank. They're most likely going to play bingo soon. Oh, Bios are going for ice. They're leaving BBIG. Not so advisable. If at all you wanted to play there, I think even white would have been slightly better. For iced the move there for team Biosa. So this takes the scores to Biosa's 235 to Delta's 145. They're trailing by 90 points, but we can see they're most likely going to play a bingo next. Straya, really good um, spot there from the team Delta. 73 points would really do a lot for them right now and reduce the margin to about 20 points. But there was a 92 points play for them if they could spot the hook to cold, forming a cold. So Straya here, the exact same word would have scored 92 points, which I mean has its downsides. There's still this lane that it opens for the opponent, but still 92 points is a lot. But yes, absence of that, playing a valid word is still the most important thing, and that's exactly what they've done. They reduced the gap to a pretty reasonable point there. So Straya for 73 points, and taking just a sneak peek at their rack, you can see they've drawn into the second back. So things are looking really dangerous for the Biosar player. That I think they need to be really careful. The choices of moves like Ice, the last turn, is seeming to bite them back now, seeing as they have really clunky tiles. It's the Bigbdlt. And with the way the board is shaped, not a lot of places to really let go of a lot of those tiles, but it's not exactly bleak. They spotted a really nice find of Levy for 29 points, leaving GT. And with a bunch of A's, there's still 4 A's on scene. Think about 6 E's on scene, a lot of O's on scene. So with the leave of BGT, I think we have pretty good chances of still drawing into a vowel to accompany that. We can see Team Delta wasting no time. They were trailing pretty much throughout the game. And now with just 2 bingos, they would be in the lead. So they did it for 29. And I believe they're playing Sweetie. Hooking joints for 74 points. That would take Delta to 292 to Biosar at 264. Now things are getting pretty interesting here. Biosar with BIGGOTS. I think the move was challenged, but not quite sure yet. But anyways, BIGGOTS. And Bielsa needs to be really careful henceforth. Saying that from the last move of Sweetie, it exposed a hot spot there for the X. So not a lot they can do about it right now. But I think laying out a lot of tiles like BIGG, hooking the E Sweetie, the OST could have some merits. I think it would be really important if the players are aware of their code. I mean, code is a popular hook to code already, but with 4 A's on scene, I think knowing a code could really be a big factor to bingoing later on in that spot. So I think things are still going to get pretty interesting here, but let's see what Biosar can come up with. Right now, they have words like BIGG here, or bigots plays um, bigots plays from this E here for 31 points, leaving G. And this would give them the chance to maybe draw into that Q or the X. Although I don't think anyone would be too excited to pick the Q right now. But the X could do something either players would really want right now. So those are 2 moves what continue. Obviously, there are a lot more moves that could have its merits. Holding on to that S could be really, really important. There is the hook to Scold, there's the hook to Strayas. So I think it would be really important to hold on to that S. I mean, it's this really easy spot there for bingo if they can run to one. 7 minutes left on the clock. I think this is still enough time to figure out the end game. And you can see them actually taking their time here because they realize they are now trailing to catch up to the opponents. Before then, they were in a really, really comfortable spot, with the bingo of urinals, and then not after they were in the driver's seat, even leading with about 100 points at the numbed move or the iced move. So now they find themselves trailing that the back-to-back bingo of Straya and Sweetie by Team Delta. So they really need to take the time and assess what the best course of action would be. Okay, BOG seems to be one of the options they are considering. They're changing to BIG. I'm not quite sure why you want to retain GOST and not GIST. My team debating significant odds. GIST has a lot more synergy than GOST. And the thing about this is there are still too many holes on sim. So playing out that hole would have been better. In fact, that is the last eye of the game. So BOG should have been. So maybe they are keeping that hole, hoping to pick the X for a play underneath Sweetie, but still not quite sure what the reason is. But let's move on to what Team Delta has here. POOEBAE. And just a quick update for anyone that's watching. Team Idahosa actually won the bronze medal in singles. It's one of the games here on the screen. It's Peru who won the bronze medal for his state. So uh, Team Delta was unable to make it to any of the top three spots in the singles event, but I'm sure they are back and better for the doubles event and really aiming to clinch one of the medals there. So back to the game. But right now, I think pretty reasonable choices would be they move like Pario through the R experience. Let me see if I can highlight that on the board. PAREO, yeah, scores decently well. 30 points, leaving OBE have to do a lot for them. So, okay, I think they're seeing a challenge there. I think I missed the 40 that was played. I seem to have missed the 40 played by Delta there, but that's going to be 0 points for Team Delta at this really crucial point in the game. The phony is not something um, they should have opted for. Obviously, it won't be intentional, but that might prove really, really costly as the game progresses. Oh, TikTok was the phony played by Team Delta there. Let's take a quick catch up at what's going on. So, the phony was played, and then Gouts was the move for 30 points, and then Crusher there, and probably a bit of relief for Team Delta, saying Hook there for 44 points. Scores are Delta's 336 to Biosa's 310. Delta there with ARG AOT. Okay, they have three A's, not so many options there. I think the Gouts move was a bit rushed there by Team Delta or Team Biosa. For sure, the weren't aware that Delta had the tiles to underlap the Gauts there, although it did see the P, so I think that should have given them enough information not to go for the Gauts move or just try something different there. All right, we can see about 3 minutes left on the clock for Bielsa there. Still finding themselves trailing, so they have to be really, really careful. You can see Delta there with the X, feeling pretty confident about scoring really well in their next turn, regardless of what Bielsa does. I think they're going for Rattle, leaving AAG. Looking BG, not so bad. He scores 19 points, and the difference now is about 5 points. But with the X, you can see Delta wasting no time cashing in on that X for a good load of points. And it's funny how just one tile, like the X, the Q, or the Z, could determine how a really, really closely contested game could end. Right before the EX move, the scores were still pretty close, but now with a 55 points play, it's looking really, really bleak for Team Bios, and especially with them drawing into the queue now, which would really slow down their chances of scoring well on the start. Well, interestingly, they can still squeeze out 50 points from the rack they have. QORNA plays to the R in Uranus. 50 points right now would do a whole lot for Team Biosa, especially with the difference in scores right now. Oh, for a moment, I thought they had spotted the move, but they are going for just few eyed. I think that was such a costly miss. Corner there for 50 points would have given them a lot of hope in this game. You see Delta with FEEOHNA. Really good tiles there to score so well. They have a 51 points play themselves. So Oken WE, they have FOEHN, and you can see the teammates pointing to that corner that they should have a 5 letter word that place. And they have a couple actually. FOEHN would score 51 points. They have NEAFE, the same spot, the scores 42 points. So really well poised to win this game. But I think they might be worried about the opponents playing an out bingo, so they're trying to take care of that spot by playing AEON. I think if you're aware that there's a code, you should know that if by any chance there is a bingo, you're unblockable anyway. So AEON, they move there for 17 points. Delta are still with a healthy lead. As long as Symbiosa doesn't have an out bingo, then all is well, that ends well for them. there is still a bit of hope, no matter how slim, for Team Bielsa if we could have spotted the move of OGHAM that scores 44 points down at the board here, but um, we could not spot that and went for Homer instead. So Homer scored 27 points. Team Delta, the FEH for 33 points. And then I guess to sort of show that they know the code book, they're going for Ragde, scoring 16 points. But yeah, that's probably where the best spot for them to score as many points as possible. So yeah, I've come to the end of round two, and you can see here Team Delta taking the win from Team Bielsa. This has been a pretty interesting game so far. The two bingos that came back to back for Team Delta playing Straya and Sweetie was really, really crucial and gave them the push they need to have the lead in this game. There was a phony played by them, I think Team Top or something like that. But even after the phony, it was like Hook for 44 and EX for 55 points. And it still really ended up well for them. So round three would be up on the screen soon, and that would be from the female category. So make sure you stick around. We'll be having Team Abia versus Team Bielsa from the female category on the screen next. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back. Alright, welcome to round three of the doubles event. On your screen, we have the female category, the Delta players going against the players from Edo State. Representing Delta State, we have Sophia and Chuku Clement. And for Edo State, we have Happiness Monday and Precious Monday representing Edo State. Right on the first graph, we have YIWRL. And it's worth noting that Sophia from Delta State won the gold medal for the single event. So it will be very interesting to see how well she does for the doubles category. If Edo State, who were unable to clinch any medals in the single events, might turn their luck around for the doubles. So the first move, YEW played by Delta State. Okay, Edo players here seem to have quite a lot of goodies on the rack, the Q, the X, and the blank. YW for 18 points was played, and I think the choices here might be very tricky. Off the top of your head, you would want to let go of that Q as soon as possible. So, with the first move played, it would be really difficult to do that. And I believe we might be seeing an exchange here, or would they try as much as possible to put something down on the board for this turn? I think a really interesting move worth considering here might be Dixie to be wide in. The reason why this would be um, maybe worth considering at all is because it exposes that hot spot for the cube, because the eye there would be next to the triple word score there, so the triple letter score rather. So Dixie there setting up your queue there for at least 30 points next would be something worth considering if you're not swapping. But we'll see them going for exit instead. Doesn't score too well, but at least it lets go of one of the biggies. So now they only have to worry about playing out the queue next turn. All right, wasting no time. We see RITZ as the move there for Team Edo. Sorry, Team Delta instead. All right, B, the blank, the Q, B, A, and D, D are the tiles they found. Very clunky, so I'm expecting an exchange at this point. B retaining the A, B, and blank. And if you really want to force your way um, here, looking BY to move what considering, I guess, for I think at this early stage, wanting to exchange is the best thing to do, and that's exactly what they've done. I think Delta Air wasting no time playing OL. Current scores are Delta 72 points to Edo's 11 points. But with Edo sitting with that blank, there is some hope to catch up to the opponents now. Right now, they have a couple of bingos. The easiest of them would be applied, which plays at top the W. Yeah, yeah. It doesn't score so well, but I mean, it's better than not playing a bingo at all. That would be 68 points. And if not, the best possible play here would actually be uh, Pal, Palmite. I'm unsure how to pronounce that, but it's PALMIPED. That would score 88 points. But I think the easiest, highest scoring play would be Dapples, Dapples, which easily hooks exits, scoring 83 points. So I think they have their work cut out for them. They be able to spot the eight-letter word or opt for the lowest scoring option, but still a bingo of about 68 points, which is applied, or they'll be able to spot the LES. You can see them taking their time, and I think this is one thing that playing in doubles would really help with. If it were just you might be unable to spot the bingo options that there are. But having two heads, the popular saying, two heads are better than one. So having two heads here to think it out and figure out what bingo they might be. Yeah, I think they have a pretty good chance of finding one of those words. Okay, it appears. Oh, I thought for a moment they were going to play a flight there. They were just two tiles away from finishing that to play applied, and they went for Apple. I'm sorry, Apple instead, which scores significantly less. I think that was a really bad miss there from Team Edo. But game on, they still have the blank, and it's back to Team Delta there with Fielder and Refouled and Twyla and so on, which play in many spots on board. The highest scoring option would be Refield through the L in Apple, which would score 76 points. The rest of the bingos would score about 70 to 69 points. And you see them going for Refiled. Being refilled is pretty easy to find, unless there is pre-filled. Oh, okay. So lane refilled there would have set up for refilled, which I don't know if it's probably an advantage or disadvantage in games like this. But yeah, moving on. Refiled there scores 70 points. And now Team Edo with OUTDIA plan. With a bunch of floaters on the board should be able to find their countless bingos. Now they have things like auditor, okay, in a couple of spots on the board and outset, books apples for 72 points. Still, we have things like duration to the R in refiled for 60 points. But in outset or auditor, which books adore. Let me see if I can get that on the board here. So yeah, the DAW takes the front book A, and auditor will play here, auditor play outset, looking apples. Oh, the same to be opting for a phonic instead of out gal. The bingo deal to laddie, not out gals. And you can see Team Delta wasting no time challenging that off the board. Um, really costly only there from to uh, Edo. Delta is already at 142 points to Edo's 28 points. And with that, Phony is going to give Team Delta the opportunity to play their very own bingo, which you can see them lining it up already. So I believe that would be Aranos, the blank being S, who's scoring 73 points. There are a lot of other options, but yeah, I think Aranos here game exits for some threes, pretty standard. It's this set of tiles. There are countless bingo options for 73 points here, still pretty reasonable. And back to Team Edo here, still the same set of tiles. We will be able to spot their bingos, such as outsaid, which puts apples, or auditor, which puts ADAW. In a matter of just 5 moves now, Delta is already leading. It's nearly 200 points. That's just absolutely insane. I mean, so Edo had to struggle in their first move with exits, which scored only 11 because they had the Q and the blank and all that. So there was a struggle there, and in the next turn, they had no choice but to exchange the tiles, which was them scoring 0. Then when they had the bingo of applied, unfortunately they missed that and played Apple instead. And now they scored 0 again by phoning out cows, which is a value. And I believe they've made their move already of Ado. So another miss there from Team Edo. Delta now with pretty good tiles, AYCEIS. Their tiles here. AYE is in a pretty simple spot here underneath. This would score 28 points, giving EICS and giving all the floaters on the board, and the fact that C is a very good bingo tile. So things are looking pretty good here for Team Delta. But of course, they have a couple other options depending on how they want to go about it. You can see them going for, I thought just YE there is good for attacking the extra E there for 29 points to each point considering. But yeah, YE. Why not just play AYE in the same spots? I guess they've really gone in for a big goal. So YE there scores 22 points. Team Edo now with HUSKIS. For 2 I's, in fact. Um, Not a lot they can do. I'm sure they would love to play something like Husks for 41 points. It has a really good spot for that here. But the downside is you're using up 2 of your S's and you're retaining II. Not the best of leagues, if you ask me. But I mean, 41 points is a lot, especially with how much they are trailing. This is about 180 points deficit already. So if I were them, I mean, I would go for the 41 points. There is still the blank on sim. You need as much points as you possibly can. But a much more understandable move would be things like KUIAS to the A in Arenos. This scores 28 points, leaves SHI, and he retains the H just in case you can come back with a bingo here that would score really well. So Let's see what they come up with. Oh, okay, the last tile is T. I thought these were two I's. Apologies for that. So, so they in fact have a bingo to the E in Apple. Well, I think they are lining up Huskiest, but they are unsure of that word. And given the fact that they already phoned out the dials earlier and scored a bunch of zeros in their exchange, so they might be a bit skeptical trying Huskiest. And I think this is what makes doubles so interesting. I'm pretty sure one of them might be saying, like, I think this word is valid. I've seen it somewhere. And then the other person is like, I'm not sure. I've not seen the word. And, both players have to decide if they can trust the person saying, oh, they know that the word is valid. Or even the person that knows it's valid might be a bit unsure. And as long as there's doubt, then the confidence to go ahead with the work like that would diminish. So yeah, this is one of the factors that make the doubles event so interesting. I am. I'm pretty sure they've seen Huskiest as an option. The only issue is how sure are they that the word is valid, especially with I think they've recorded 3 zeros so far, one from the phony and two from an exchange in this game. And just quickly confirm that. Okay, 2 zeros. One was an exchange and the other was a phony. So they would desperately not want to phony in this turn. And I'm not quite sure why they are going for this. Tusk at this spot. I don't quite get the reasoning behind it. Maybe they're trying to retain that H to hook the E in Arenos, but this just allows very easy play from your opponent next turn. I mean, this scores 20 points, but it allows your opponent to easily, I mean, very easily score more than 30 points. So you can see Team Delta would waste no time to lock in on that spot. Ike there scores 45 points. I mean, 45 points that was not easily available for them before the Tusk move was made. So things aren't looking so good for Team Edo. And it's worth noting, although I wouldn't expect too much that all players here on stream should be spotting all the bingos or the 9 letters and all that. But I would still note it anyway that there was a 9-letter bingo for Team Delta with the rap they had. There was alchemies and alchemines through the L and M there. But let's quickly catch up to how the game is going. I believe there was an exchange there from Team Edo, yet another zero recorded in this game. The tiles are pretty clunky, so I can't fault it too much, but it is what it is. Exchange there, and then the move of Utio from Team Delta there. Scores not so bad. That's 26 points. Leave out a lot of tiles. I'm sure they themselves are also gunning for not just the bingo, but for the blank left unseen. So Team Delta now with some promising tiles, RUSI, N, and G. Usually you'd be looking out for ING bingos here, but absence of that, there are no possible bingos for them on this turn. Just the right floaters they need, like B, C, and the likes, are not on the board for them. So pretty tough draw there, especially after an exchange. You can see them taking their time, but with the score difference now, it's just way too huge. Someone here on stream who watched one of the games, Sophia was playing against someone was like, this is Sokoto boats, meaning the gap was just way too much. And they were saying the exact same thing here. This is about 230 points difference. And that's just absolutely insane. And there's still a lot more tiles left to be played. Okay, we can see UR was the move there, which I understand that they're trying to retain the ING combo to play bingo if any arises in the next turn. And there's still a couple of lanes for a seven-letter bingo to fit on the board, so I can understand the reasoning behind that. Wasting no time, just punching and punching and punching real hard. Delta there with JO from Miracles. JOARIES. JO there scores 36 points and it leaves really, really, really good synergic tiles. So finally, Edo has found the blank. Oh wait, this might be a mistake on my end, or if my um, memory serves me right, Team Edo had a blank when they played Apple because they had the option of apply then. Then they played the Phonia of Outgals. They went for Ado. Then where did the blank go? Anyways, not to digress too much, I guess I'll have to review the game and see if there were any issues there, or I'm probably just the one not seeing it correctly. But right now, they have the tiles. Oh, okay, I'm getting word now that there was a point where they overdrew and then the blank was removed. But now the blank has found its way back to them. So SIVING blank is the tiles they have. And there are a bunch of bingos here. We'll be seeing them finally locking one in. Okay, so we are seeing S blank IVING. This could be a lot of things: swiving, skiving, sliving, skiving, shiving, and so on and so forth. So we need to wait for confirmation on what the blank is. But I assume there has to be a valid word regardless of what the designate is to be. All right, we're seeing a challenge. I really hope. Oh, this is going to be such a crusher for Team Edo. This has happened to me more times than I can count. Trying to collect the spelling of what, like friend, receive, and so on. So, sieving is SIEVING, and unfortunately, they spelled it as SEIVING. That must be really, really crushing there for Team Edo. So you can see that was challenged off, and Team Delta there sitting pretty with um, nearly perfect styles of various, scoring 99 points. Would we be seeing, I don't know, a 400 gap or 500 gap game on stream. That would be absolutely insane. I mean, Various scores 99. It takes Team Delta to 443 to Edo's 84. That is 364 gap. Unless my math is failing me, I think that is about 360-point gap. And there is still the queue lurking in the bag. Maybe Team Delta can pick that tile and still score about 50 to 60 points with that. But as soon as Team Edo can spot their bingo right now, that would greatly reduce the difference. So obviously now they're going to try the correct word of SIEVING. So Steven here scores 75 points, and thankfully we would not be seeing, although it's still pretty much a blowout, but not as insane as I was envisaging. So SIEVING here scores 75 points, and the difference now is about 290, I think, which is still insane. I mean, ask anyone in Scrabble, it's a 290-point difference, and the game is still not over. It's a whole lot, but the Scrabble and it is what it is. And for anyone that's been following, you've noticed that Team Edo unfortunately had a lot of mistakes. There were swaps, there were foolies, and so on. So, and Team Delta rightfully taking advantage of those errors. Okay, I guess Team Delta still trying to gun for a bingo. You can see them balancing their tiles there. They are GOOTREN, and they went for Geo, scoring 14 points, leaving TONER, which is a pretty strong lead, especially with the fact that this lane right here is still open for a 7-letter bingo. So let's say it's back to Team Edo with CIDANBN. There are still about 17 tiles left in the bag, so let's see how things go. But I think it's safe to say that Delta has 100% won this game. The only question now is by how much. So band is the move. Pretty risky play considering the fact that there's a band. Perhaps they are unaware of that hook. So band there will give back a band to the other band. Are we seeing bingo there? Okay. So front leaving EN. For the moment there, I thought we were going to see another 80-point bingo. They did, in fact, have one for Nent for 87 points. So, yes, that must be a bit of a relief for Edo State that Team Delta was unable to spot the bingo deal from Nent for 87 points. So, France for 33 instead. It's back to Edo now with CHAUVI and N. Funny how their move of band would have set them up for a 115 points play if they could spot the word Chauvin or Chauvin, I'm sure that is pronounced. That would have booked a band here for a lot of points. Or consider was missed there. They went for UH instead. Sorry, AH instead. Wasting no time, Delta drew into the queue, and I'm making sure they play that as soon as possible for 42 points. Now they've crossed over to the 500 gap. Sorry, the 500 points for Delta. So they're now at 532 to 201. And now we're officially into the end game think here they're playing Avi. Score 16 points. And now Delta with DGEIMO and another E. Now tiles are out. There are no tiles left in the bag. And the final seven tiles with Team Edo is CAULINS, while it is Delta's turn to play. You can see even Edo is running low on the clock there, so there's a lot of time pressure put from Team Delta there, playing their moves very, very quickly. You can see Med here is for Med here is the move for Team Delta, retaining OGRE, which I don't think would finish next turn or would see. Okay, they've committed their move. I'm surprised Edo is not picking up speed because they're about to go overtime now. It's just in a minute now, they are officially overtime. And for every minute they exceed the clock, it's going to be 10 extra points for Team Delta. So I think they're playing Cans, booking Stevens. I'm not sure Stevens is right. No, it is not. So I expect a challenge, especially with the fact that Delta has nothing to do. So would they be challenging that one? Yes, indeed, they are. Fortunately, yet another zero recorded for Team Edo. I really think they need to work on playing valid words. No matter how little it scores, I think scoring 10 is better than scoring 0. Counting now, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times in this game alone. Yeah, they scored 0 points. So okay, we see Delta going for a long for 16 points. And there's actually a 42 points play for Edo. Uh, an extension from Ake there. You can play a Chenial down here for 42 points, which would still, help reduce the damage. So now they are gradually going overtime yet again to the second minute, but I think they should be able to play this move before that happens. Uh, they, wow, it's going to be yet another 10 points for Team Delta now that they've crossed into the second minute. So yeah, I think the Hmong move is baiting Team Edo to add an S to it, but unfortunately, the Hmong doesn't take the hook S, and seems like Edo has fallen for that trap and would be seeing a challenge. Well, we can see they are thinking about it. But I mean, at this point, with the margin you have absolutely nothing to lose challenging, even if you're going to eventually give Edo 10 points. So, and I assumed that was probably the reason why they went for it on, trying to bait Edo into adding that S. So you can see it in Delta there taking the time. I don't think it's that deep to, think about too much if you want to challenge them. But it seems they are letting it go. And Scan, yeah, was played there for 31 points. And they are going to finish by dropping I there for QI 11 points. That would bring the game to an end. So let me add the 20 points extra they are going to get from the timer. And final scores is absolutely insane. I can't believe we got to watch this on stream. All things being equal, the score should be 616 for Delta to Edo's 248. I'm short of words, honestly. Throughout the stream since yesterday, we've not seen a game that had this much margin. I mean, yes, we've seen a couple, but this is just insane. 616 to Edo's 248. Well, I warned you, there is going to be a lot of interesting plays, a lot of drama, a lot going on stream for the doubles event, especially because it allows for so much unpredictability to happen. So there you have it. Next up would be the break for the players, and we'll be back by 3 p.m. for the rest of the games. I remain your commentator, Excel Nova. I'll catch you all very soon. So we can see them taking the time. It appears that it's going to be a miss here as they are unable to spot the hook to Zulus. But it seems they are going for something different, and it's not bad. There is it's impressive that they know the KORUN word, and this would score 24 points. Without the S, would score 23 points. I don't think they need to add that S, but still, they're going ahead with that. Drones here scores 24 points, retaining B, and which I think it's still pretty nice or impressive that they know the Korun hook. So, not bad at all. Back to Team Edo now with FAAGOT. It seems to be raining A's here. And this might slow them down a bit, but they can still, whip up to 32 or a 39 point play here. They have options like GOAF plays right in this spot here, hooking FUR. And if they Okay, they've locked that in, but I think there is one more move worth mentioning here. So, the hooks here started from playing KOR, and then there was hooked with U to play Koru, and then the N hook was added to play Korun, and there is still one more hook here that, would be pretty interesting to see, which is stacking the A to that, playing Koruna. So AFT would play beautifully here for 39 points. And the rack lead is not that great, but I think it would be really interesting to see if uh, Koruna would have been played. But here you're seeing a challenge of Goof, and that is going to be an extra 10 points for Team Edo. So instead of 32 points, we're going to have 42 points there. Current scores are Delta's 188 to Edo's 100 points. And it's back to Edo now. Can they try to catch up while they can? All right, AVIS seems to be the move here. Looking at URS, the course 35 points. It's pretty well. And let's see what Team Edo has here. For anyone just joining, this is round 4 of the doubles event in the Niger Delta Games 2026. On the screens, Delta State is going against Edo State in the male category. And just worth noting, the representatives here from Edo State include Philip Akabwe and Clinton. And Clinton won the singles event that was concluded just earlier today, clinching the gold title. So all eyes on him. Can he still whip up the same magic and win the gold medal for the doubles event? We will find out. But Delta here seems to be going strong. One loss and one win so far. And I'm sure they are looking to add this game as one more win for them. Right, I just got confirmation that the teammate there for Clinton is not Philip, because we had Philip earlier playing in the singles category for Team Edo, but this happens to be SA. All right, back to the game. Tag there seems to be the move for Team Edo retaining OTAR. I think it's understandable why they want to keep things short there. Although it scores too little, but it sort of conditions the board and makes it a bit difficult for Team Delta to play the bingo. It's the way the board stands. Right now, the only floaters are the G and maybe the O and the I actually, okay, maybe the C could be a float. Oh no, a seven letter word would not fit there. So right now, all that Team Delta can be banking on are the G, O, and A float. And if they can open up another spot for themselves. So you can see they have MEAGERS, which ideally would play bingo if there were spaces and floaters for them on the board. But right now, there is none. So what can they come up with? They trail with about 70 points and they're going for lane here. Well, the idea is understandable. You're opening up a few lanes for yourself later on, but lane scores just 12 points and it just scores way too little. So, not a move that is really inspiring. I would have loved to see something like MAE here, booking MA, AB, and ACON. The good thing about this move is it sets up the S for SMA or even the A for AMA. So that would open up another lane. Well, link for 12 points, well, still in the game. Both blanks still unseen. So let's see if there's going to be a bit more drama as the game unfolds. Timedo has found the Z, which as you can see, they are cashing it in to score pretty well. We move there, Zoaia for 48 points. Really good scoring there. The downside is it obviously opens up an easy lane for bingos, but I mean, you can't pass up on 48 points. So it's Delta's turn now. I can't quite see the full rack that they have, and would be able to see that in the second, but I can confirm the scores are Delta's 254 to Edo's 147. Still trailing by 110 points thereabouts now, but a lot can happen. Okay, so I'm seeing EGOIERS are pretty synergic tiles. Unfortunately, no bingos, but I'm sure they know they are pretty close to bingoing soon. So all they need to do now is just find a way to balance their tiles and just stay patient. Okay, I think the Zoaya move has been on hold for Team Edo, and with that challenge, it's going to be an extra 10 points for Team Edo there. So that was previously 48 points, but that's going to be 58 points now. That's about 120 points difference. So still Delta here with pretty synergic tiles, and they have to make up their mind on how they can balance their tiles here without blowing up their rack too much. I think maybe something worth considering. It's a bit dangerous, but at this point, you might as well just go all out. From the move of Zoaia, they can play GEO right there, scores 23 points, and use RIS, which is a very good lead. You're threatening to hook it, to hook your S here, then steal this lane. There is still the G floating. So I think Geo there would be a really nice move, but we can see they're opting for Goa instead. If you don't want any careless openings. And we think SERIE, which is a very good lead. The only downside to that play was it just scores way too less, 11 points only. Doesn't help their case right now. So JRRINCS. Okay, without too much to think about, JAR there is to move 4, Team Edo scoring 18 points. The only downside to this move is you're setting up the Ajar hook for your opponent. But if the board is open and you really can't shut down every spot, and the leave of RINTS is still not so bad. There are a bunch of E's left in the bag, still 2 blanks on scene. So I think they are pretty poised to play bingo with themselves. So Delta here with 3 E's. Then CRIS. Still no bingo for them, and would be the same. Also, they do know the Zoaya E hook, and we are saying EREC. I hope they don't commit that move. Maybe they're mistaking it for ERE, which is RF. That's valid for the EREC. Okay, so we see just a wreck as the move they are considering. Not a move I particularly like because you're retaining EEIS, but if you only draw vowels after this play, it's going to be pretty devastating. So they have the right idea. Their top choices are in that spot. Just CEE instead. Booking MOC would be such a better play. I was in a challenge here for REC or MOR. So that's going to be 10 extra points for them. So REC, the move. Personally, I would have preferred CEE in that same spot, leaving EIRS. That's going to be 10 extra points for Team Delta. With the rack PRINCS plan, I think it's 100% sure that Team Edo is going to play a bingo here, and they're not going to overthink it. Simple bingo sprints here scores well enough. That is 83 points. That would take their lead to 365 to Edo's 198. And wasting no time, with too many E's on their rack, you can see here that Team Delta has quickly plunked down EE, hooking ZEP2 for 70 points. But I don't particularly like that move. It shuts down the board way too much. Before that move, there was at least this lane here for a bingo. There was still this G. But you're trailing and then you play this sort of move, and the side of the board, the right hand side of the board rather, is just completely dead. You can't hook boxing, you can't play anything next to B. So what hope is there? Maybe to hook a jar or to end with the G. So it's back to Team Edo now with DRAITFD. It's worth noting that there is still one blank on scene. And with the way things stand right now, there's a higher chance that Team Edo might join to that blank after their next move. So yeah, they're using up that agile hook now, going for draft, laying out 5 tiles, something I was saying Clinton in particular do in most of his games. We've seen on stream here. Certain players want to just go for draft or maybe just far that spot call. I'm pretty sure Clinton here recognizes the urgency to go pick tiles in the bag and maybe the blank is still there. So laying out 5 tiles is a pretty smart choice. And you can see it's yielding dividends as they have deep drawn into that blank. Meanwhile, Delta here struggling, hoping for a bingo, but have to be stopped short by the draw of that cube. It seems to be holding on to that cube for a little while and are playing V instead. Doesn't score well enough, but I guess the whole idea is to open up somewhere else on the board. So at the very least, V allows a 7-letter bingo, looking VRES. But we can see Edo would not even give Team Delta that chance, although this move still is a bit risky because there are so many overlaps above here that could be a 9-timer and score really well. Okay, both players, both teams playing quite fast here. A quid seems to be the move. The rack looked pretty promising with the Q, U, S, and the other vowels combination. But the way the board is shaped, it's going to be really difficult. So a quid there scores 34 points. Now, would we be seeing a bingo from Team Edo? We have IIUDET lab. The board is not exactly open. There are still, some lanes might be a bit difficult, but I mean, a lane is a lane. The G, as I've mentioned, still floats. Here, maybe a word ending with IE or something like that can fit here. Easily, a 7-letter bingo can fit here. There will still be E hook here. So I think we'll be seeing Team Edo try and balance their tiles here and scheme for a bingo. But how can they go about that? Currently, there are 4 tiles left unseen. Pretty nothing so much to fear. There are no biggies left in the bag, just a couple of vowels, the N, the T, the W, the L, the N. So if Team Edo here is really trying to get as much spread in this game, I think it's pretty possible that they can scheme for an out bingo. Okay, we're seeing a pretty bold choice of edit. There are 4 tiles left in the bag, and this move would empty the bag, and I would not recommend. I know they're sitting with the blank, but if they track, they can see that there is still I and N on sync. So there is not so high, but there is at least a chance that Team Delta could have an out bingo to the G go, maybe laying something in there with ING there. So I don't think it's wise to empty the bag right now. You can see they've taken back the E as they should and playing DIT instead. So DIT then scores 27. Delta there with EWIINAL. So So we're going for just EW there scoring 20 points. And would we be seeing an out bingo here from Team Edo? UHETIN land. Yes, I see Divine in the chat. Um, Pretty sure she's rooting for her brother who is in Team Edo, who has done a fantastic job so far, winning the gold medal for the singles event. So yes, there is an out bingo here for Team Edo. In fact, two. One scores 83 points and it's close to the G Golf Derby. 2UETHING scores 83 points. And that would completely end this game with a really healthy margin for Team Edo moving into the next round. But the other bingo, if they can spot it, would be on white, which means right here. UNWHIT. So we can see them taking their time. They have a feeling that there has to be a big win. Left to me, I would even still be considering the ED here as a float. So would they be able to spot the bingo to the G? And the difficult thing here is they have to designate that blank as a Q, which is a bit unusual for most bingos. When you have a tile like this, to think about using the blank as a Q might be a bit difficult, but that is something they have to open their minds to if they want to score the 83 points bingo available on the step. Queen here would score 83 points. And they have more than enough time. 6 minutes left on the clock. Two players here who I'm sure have pretty good word knowledge on some of the words in the dictionary. So they need to take their time and see if they can spot the bingos. But most importantly, I think it's no, they can't afford to fold it. So almost the perfect tiles they need here for an out bingo to G. Queething, Quethinng to G. Go score 83. And the 7-letter bingo here, the feet on the board is on white, putting the WE here. That would score 74 points. Can these two players find it? You can see them taking their time. And I think this is why trying to be a bit fast during the game can be really helpful because you now have more than enough time in the end game to think things through. Say this game was very close and they needed to find this bingo no matter what to win, at least there would be 5 minutes on their clock for them to look through all the tiles and figure out if there's a bingo. So I think one method they might be applying here is when you have a blank, you go from A to Z. Then you think, oh, if the blank is an A, what would it be to the G? Then you go to B to C to D. But the lazy thing is when most players get to L, M, N, O, P, the moment you get to Q, your mind just automatically skips it because you're thinking of it can't be a bingo with a Q. So it might be a bit difficult to even open up to the idea that there might be a bingo using the blank as a Q. But then with this enough time on their clock, then let's see if we can spot that. I mean, saying the word is one thing, being sure that it is valid is another thing. Because personally, I know the word QUETHE, but thinking if it's a verb might be something I would really doubt. So I will see them pointing to that lane there that white can play, but I doubt they have seen the 7-letter bingo. So without wasting much time, they're going for HET, which would still win them the game no matter what. HET scores 30 points and ending the game. Delta here with May for 30 points. The final scores would be Delta's 484 to Edo's 311. What an interesting game this has been. We've seen Team Delta play really, really well. In fact, they only played one bingo throughout this game, but they had a lot of high scoring plays like Vox starting the game with 44, then right after KOR for 39, then Cabin for 38, Go, which after the challenge was 42, Zoaia 58, and so on. So even though they were unable to spot the last bingo of Quidden or on white, it's still a pretty good margin of about 170 points, which would help them as the tournament commences. Kudos to Team Delta too. I hope they're able to bounce back stronger. Maybe we can still see them on stream later on. So this was round four, and round five will be on the screens very soon. We'll be having still in the male category Team Edo going against Team Biosa. Make sure you stick around. I'll see you all very soon. Hello and welcome to round six. This is the doubles event for the Nigerian Delta Games 2026. We have Edo, who we just had on our screens, going against Bayosa. Representing Edo State, we have Clinton, who won the gold medal for the singles event, teaming up with S.A. Douglas. And for the Bayosa team, we have Perowe and August Shannon. So Edo to start. I can see GENYIS and E as their opening rack here. Meanwhile, I believe it's time to take a quick look at the standings. Let me see if I can pull that up. Okay, so we have the male standings as at round three. Edo still remains unbeaten, and they had their round four on string where they won two. So it's going to be Edo State at 4 wins and no losses so far. Pretty similar to the feat that Clinton had during the singles event, where he went 10 games unbeaten to win the gold medal. So would Edo be mirroring that for the doubles event? We'll find out. So for the first move, a couple of options here to start out. You could go for EYEING, which scores 28 points, leaves the S. But if you're really going for a bingo, then I think most like YE or just GY is pretty understandable. Yeah. So let's see which of these that Edo would go for. And this are one of the decisions that make the doubles event so interesting. There might be some type of players that would go for eyeing, just scoring their highest point and not really caring about balancing the tiles for bingos. There might be some players who prefer the ING combination, so they would prefer to play what's like just YE, retaining GINES. And there are some that don't really care for the G and would go for GEY. So having both players navigate those choices or those options to choose from is pretty interesting to see. So you can see they're opting for GY, which I find pretty reasonable. You could hook GYS. The G is also a floater in case you join to an ING bingo or something. So Biosa now with YI, and D. Going for Yite there, which scores 21 points, leaving a pretty standard play there. So Edo now with KINFED and S. Not quite a bingo, but they have a ton of scoring options. One of them could be maybe just going for a move like Keith. Keith would play, let me see if I can highlight that. Okay, exactly where it's being played right now. Keith scores well there, but Knife also plays at the bottom here, which plays out more tiles and retains the S. The downside to this is if your opponent has the X or Q, this is a bomb here for a lot of scoring opportunities, or even here. So O'Keefe makes a lot of sense. Retains really good, a really good lead. So we can see Bayosa with Sanders cashing in on that spot. So Keith was played for 30 points. Then we'll be seeing Sanders. So Sanders here is 79 points. And I think the move is being held. So would we be seeing an extra 10 points awarded for this move? Well, in the absence of that, with the rag HEDONAS, this bingo would give the option of sand shoe through the S in Sanders. So sand shoe, okay, we're saying a challenge. That's going to be 10 extra points for Team Bielsa. So as I was saying, through the S in Sanders, this now gives the option of sand shoe here for about 76 points, which would be a pretty impressive find if Team Edo can spot that. But for anyone who has been following the stream, we've been seeing really amazing plays from the players and pretty impressive finds too. So I genuinely would not be entirely surprised if these players can spot that move. But it appears that this would in fact be a miss. But in the absence of that, scoring 31 points, just playing HO and retaining ANDS, I mean, you can't complain too much about that. So, Team Bielsa now, which looks like they have pretty good tiles here, JIVILE and N. Oh, two E's, no L. So, off the top of your head, with racks like this, you're hoping to play Jive, max any spot in the board, or something like Jiver. So, the R in Sanders would give the opportunity for a move like Jiver. The only downside to it is down that J, you're just awarding a really easy option for your opponent to play over 40 points or something. So going for Jedi as they have makes perfect sense here, retaining BIN. Back to Edo now, who after the move of HO must have been really open for a bingo. And in fact, they have one, but this is a costly miss here because expands is a word I'm very sure they know, but might be a bit elusive. So expands, they would have played Hooking Jedi for 90 points, but instead the move was a bit rushed and they went for 54 points instead. So Bielsa, they're playing by retaining UNI 28. Oh, sorry, 20, just 18 points. Oh, I assumed they would hook Vaxed instead, but that would just give back too much to the opponent. So 5 here, well, it makes some sense. 18 points might be too little, but you're not giving back too much to your opponent. So that's fine. Currently, Edo is at 129.2. Bielsa has 146. It's a pretty close game, and it wouldn't be this close if Edo could have spotted their bingos like Sandshoe or Expands. But it's back to Edo now with FENGSP and R. No bingos. Oh, there is in fact a bingo to the I. Pardon my short-sightedness there. Perfins, PRFINGS, would play through the I right here. So Perfins would score 80 points, and this would be the third time in a row that there would be a bingo for Team Edo. So they finally be able to see this bingo. But it's understandable that naturally when you have racks like this, you just assume that there can't be a bingo. I mean, you have the F, the P, and the G combination. But the reason why I feel there should be a really high chance where either of the players in team will see this is the NG is begging for an I. I mean, anytime you see an I floating and you have NG, most definitely going to think of an ing bingo. So thinking of perfing though is one thing. Thinking of perfings as being valid is another thing. So there's a whole lot to consider. And we can see the players here just going for the safer choice of fangs for 36 points. Idahosa there playing really fast with a rack of TUM, TINT going for tint. Our team scores 24 points, not bad. There were 30 point options if they knew the hook to OFF. There is TOFF. So playing anything here would do a lot. One, it would obstruct that lane for a 9-timer. Two, it would also obstruct or slightly obstruct the S in Fang. So if they played things in the exact same spot there, that would do that. And you're also like TUTTI to score 30 points. So I think just a little mistake there, but scoring 10 here for 24 points is still an understandable choice. So would we be saying Team Edo with a set of racks that plays to a bingo, and would they be missing it or finally plunking down their first bingo? Okay, so we have POPARIE. Still no bingo for them. This could be one of those cases where the Scrabble gods are, giving them more than enough chances for them to spot their bingos, and then just maybe henceforth their tiles would not align any longer for more bingos. It's unsure what's going to happen, but after the move of fans, you might have thought maybe they would, come back with a bingo to the S or something, but it appears that there is none available. Though they can easily score over 30 points, they could play PORE to the R in Sanders. Right here scores quite well. A couple of other moves around that same spot, things like prior, pora, parole, and so on. But the whole idea is, I thought for a moment they wanted to play something there, but any of the high scoring plays would be anything through this lane here, but it seems they're unable to spot that. Am I saying NATU? Personally, I don't know if that's valid. It's looking very strange to me. They have a rack of NATU MUN. Just 1 second. Let me update the scores. POP was 22 points. Okay, so back to the game now. MAT was played, which is of course invalid. I understand the reasoning behind it. You're trying to play out one of your U's, but I think it's just better to play MAT, even if it's retains 2 U's, but still it's better than scoring 0 if you ask me. So, but a more reasonable and pretty straightforward option would have just been TUM in that same spot, but that would have been played to the right. So let me see if I can highlight that. So yeah, TUM who came top. Just very simple here. Plays out one of the U's and still scores really well. So slight mistake there from Team Bios, and especially when the game is this close, you would not want to be scoring 0. So just like I said, with the misses, you're seeing that Team Edo still unable to find the balanced tiles for a bingo. So poor was the move. But I'm just realizing there was in fact a miss. Given their rack being OORATER, yes, there was sororate to the S in Fang. So I think this would make the fourth miss by Team Edo in this game and becoming, a bit brutal for them because if they were able to spot those bingos, they would have been quite the margin now. And who knows, they could have drawn into the blank. You can see neither of the blanks are seen, but instead, poor was the move. Finally, now TUM has been committed for 30 points, but I think they are old. Maybe Timedo is unsure of the TOFF word and wants to challenge. Okay, I'm seeing a question here in the chat saying how many games today? Well, I can confirm that they are most likely going to play all the doubles games today. So there are 9 games that I'm aware of that would be played. So just make sure you stick around, and with the speed at which things are going right now, it's very high likelihood that the doubles events might be concluded today. But I'll be sure to give you more update on it as soon as I can confirm those details. So it appears that Biosa is still on hold. The TOFF, or maybe it's even the TUM, that might be confusing the Edo players here, but finally, they're allowed to pick or to refresh the tiles. So no extra 10 points for the opponents there. And last I saw, Edo had pretty synergic tiles. Seeing EE80, another T, R, O, and another E. One too many E's there. They look really promising, but no bingos right now. So the scores being Edo's 205 to Biosa's 200. The scores are still pretty close. And if you've been noticing a trend here on stream, we've seen many games here that were close during the middle of the game. And then suddenly one side of the opponents starts picking the tiles they need. It could be the J, the Z, or the blank. So I have a feeling now, though things are getting close now, we might see luck favor one side eventually. And by the end of the day, you'll be seeing a margin of over 100 or even up to 200 from a game that was pretty even up until the middle. So there was a move of Easter played, kind of blowing up that rack, retaining it, just gunning for one of the blanks there. And then we saw Queen scoring really well, retaining OM. Queen scores 59 points. It is slightly, very slightly looking like what I had just predicted. With that move of Queen, if Bayelsa, can pick the Z, score another 50, and so on and so forth, before you know it, the margin is wider than you'd think it would be. But still, Edo still trying to catch up as well as they can. UITWILE, and they went for quit there, scoring 39 points. Bayelsa now with home VND. Rightfully, very sharp play there of move between HDN. Scores now, Bayelsa has 291 to Edo's 269. Still pretty close. It's Edo's turn to play. They haven't found the blank yet. Still 2 blanks unseen, 1 Z unseen. Who or which of these players or teams would be picking up these juicers and, maybe using it to eventually win this game? It's very unsure who would still win. It's very hard to predict at this point. That's exactly the excitement that I always look forward to in Scrabble. 30 on center house, 7 of them on the opponent's rack, so that leaves 23,000 in the bag. And still, the game is still this close. We can see both racks, none of the blanks still there. The Z still not on anybody's rack. So, pretty excited to see how this game ends. Okay, seeing a really decent score here of Q. Crawl would have been the better option, considering the fact that there are still 4 A's on same, and EILL just has better synergy, but the fear of phonies is the beginning of wisdom. So playing crew for 36 points, or what you're 100% sure of, is the way to go. And looking at the time, Team Bielsa has 14 minutes, more than enough time to weather the rest of the games. 5 minutes for Edo State. I mean, it depends on how the tiles turn out to be, but I think there should still be enough time for them to try and play out the rest of the game. So DAH was the move. Personally, I would have preferred just AH, but either one that works for them. So still no blanks yet, but we can see that Bielsa has very synergic tiles. But we'll come back to that soon. Let's take a look at what Edo has. Pretty ugly tiles, I'm sure. A move like Crawl in the last turn would have made things a bit better if they had an E now, but they have to make do with what they have. So Bile seems to be the move. Doesn't score too well, but not a lot that they can do in this turn. So from the last move of Bile, and now with Bielsa holding on to racks like Sardine, Randy's, and the likes, there is an 86 point play, which is hidden in kind of tricky spots. I'm sure they can still spot it. There is a bingo to the O in poor that fits just nicely. Aneroids here, who came japed, and AS would score 86 points. Yes, they spotted the move Sardine, which scores, let me confirm, 65 points. But there is a much safer spot, just as I've pointed. Aneroids below Jake there. 86 points at this stage would do a lot. But still, it's looking really, really good for Bielsa, because now there's a very high chance that they're going to pick one of the blanks, and who knows, even the Z2. So it must feel really crushing for Edo State seeing their opponents play a bingo without the blank, because now they know like there's a 90% chance that they are going to pick one of the blanks in the bag. And as you can see, not only did they pick one blank, they picked both, and even the Z. So there's nothing per se for Team Edo to look forward to picking in the bag anymore, because I mean, Bielsa here has all the machinery you need to win this game. But we'll still see Edo, holding on to a bit of hope there. They have CL, URAI, and G, and they're going for CLOUR, which I don't think is valid. Okay, it is valid. So that's 31 points. There's still 7 hours left on scene, and the board is a bit open. So I understand the reasoning going for 31 points here, so trying to stay within, arm's reach. So CLOUR 31 points, retaining AIG. We're seeing a challenge there. It's going to be an extra 10 points. So this draws them even closer. I think if not for the exceptionally good tiles that Bielsa has, this would have been a pretty interesting end game. Let's say, Edo could go into the back down and pick a blank of their own. That would have made things really interesting. But Bielsa has everything they need to win this game. It's ZOOAL and the two blanks. It's a bit close. Scores are Bielsa's 391 to Edo's 364. But it's Bielsa's turn now, and there is a 127 points play for Bielsa. Curious to see if there's anyone in the chat that can spot this move. A 127 points play bingo. It's a 7-letter word. It fits just right above sardine. And just like we saw in the last game where Team Edo needed to make their blank the Q, which it's a bit unusual having to make your blank one of the big tiles like the Q, the X, and the Z. So in this case, imagine having the Z, the O, and two blanks, and then you have to make your blank another biggie for it to be a bingo. It's just something so counterintuitive. But this is exactly what Team Bielsa needs to do here to win this game by a huge margin. They've definitely won. There are so many options for ZOO to just fit really nicely for 58 points, and it's a done deal. Although there's still a very slim chance that maybe I just want to check through the board very well that there could be an out bingo from Team Edo, but looking at the unsealed pool from the perspective, AAEGILNORW would be really, really difficult, especially with the fact that the R in poor had already been obstructed. So I wouldn't worry too much about an out bingo here and just play ZOO. But for anyone wondering, the word is Oxazole, OXAZOLE, plays beautifully here. So OXAZOLE plays there for 127 points. Very, very counterintuitive. Imagine having these tiles and you have to make one of the blacks an X to play bingo. And still, in Scrabble, you need to be very open-minded and think very deeply when you're playing. But in the absence of that, ZOO just above sardine here, 58 points. Very standard, and you don't have to worry about too much. The only thing you might be scared of is an out bingo board. With the shape of the board, finding an underlapping play here after ZOO would be really difficult. And the space here for a bingo doesn't quite fit after the move of Zoo, so not much to worry about. But I like to see that Bielsa here is taking their time. We saw them play very quickly throughout the game, but in times like this that really matter, finally they won the game, but you really want to rack up as much margin as you can. So taking their time here is very, very wise of them. And I think when all is said and done, just going for ZOO, retaining both blanks to almost always finish out, regardless of what they pick in the back, is the way to go. And the best part about it is there are 3 tiles left in the bag. ZOO plays out 3 tiles. So they could even draw into an out bingo. And if there is a careless opening from Edo State, who knows, Bielsa might still be able to play a bingo deep. Oh, for a moment there, I thought they spotted Oxazole. But yeah, I'm saying maybe Zoa Ia as their move here. It scores really, really well. That would be 77 points, and at this point, it's pretty much done and dusted. So you can see them taking the time, less than 7 minutes to go, still more than enough time. And looking at Edo's styles, Agilwao, it's safe to say this might sound almost unbelievable to say, but I think this is the first loss we are seeing from Team Edo, and not just that, but from Clinton, who is also playing for Team Edo. So very odd thing to say here, saying that Edo is losing the game, because I've had to, since yesterday, just keep saying, oh, Clinton wins and Team Edo wins, and they've remained unbeaten in the doubles events. But here on stream, we are seeing their first loss. But kudos to Bayosa, really great play from them. Just that there were just too many misses for Team Edo during the game. They had Sanshu or missed that. Then right after, they had Expanse that would have scored, I think, about 90 points or so, but that was missed. And they did not stop there. There was Perkins, which was missed. Sororate too was missed. And, you know, it's Scrabble. You can't make that much misses, and you would still most likely win the game. It's possible, but it's very extremely slim. So Zuaia was the move, scoring 77 points there. And wasting no time, Edo played AWL again, Oma, for 23 points. And now with ROLEN, nowhere to play out, but there are still some scoring options on the board. This has been quite the game. Just like I said, there was a time where, both scores had only a difference of about 10 points to 2 points to 5 points to 20 points. But looking at the difference now, it's a bit skewed, and you almost wonder that how was this game even close at the middle of the game. So it is what it is. It's Scrabble. It's very unpredictable. Imagine your opponent being going sardine when there was only less than 20,000 left in the bag, or even less than 10 or 15,000 left in the bag. So they were most likely going to pick the Z and the two blanks, and it must have just felt so crushing. It has happened to me countless times when I play Scrabble. Where, I'm going head to head with my opponent, and then you reach a point where you think, oh, I have a chance for the bingo without the blank. It's just so frustrating, and I understand how the Edo players must feel right now, but it is what it is. So Team Bielsa there with ROLE and N have countless options to end the game. A couple of them would be things like ONER at the top of the board here. Let me withdraw that. When ER here, leaving L, that's the only spot for Team Edo to play out AGIO. So Bielsa going there first, playing what's like ONER or ORLE, would ensure that Bielsa can be the first to finish. So would Bielsa be able to figure this out? Well, even in the absence of that, it's a pretty gone game anyway. And we're seeing Bielsa here just taking the time trying to figure out the end game. They have more than enough time. 3 minutes left on the clock, no tiles left on the bag, 5 tiles left for the Bielsa players, and 4 tiles left for the Edo players. I think I'm curious to see if Zoo was played, and if they could have bingoed out for it. It's unlikely that Team Edo would have opened up a spot for the bingo to fit. So roll seems to be their move, and would be seeing Team Edo finish with Agile, or now there's also ORGIA through the Arwin rule available, but they're going for Agile. Okay, Agile scores 13 points and would bring the final scores to Bielsa as 479 to those 402. You can see both teams there exchanging a handshake. Very good display of sportsmanship there. Very nice play there from the Bielsa players. The first loss I'm witnessing from the Edo players in this doubles event, and for those who were following the singles event, Clinton from Edo had no losses throughout the tournament. So this is, in fact, his first loss in this tournament. Will there be more to come, or is this where it all ends? We'll find out. Make sure you stick around for round 6. We're coming up on your screen soon. I remain your commentator, Excel Muiwa. I'll see you guys very, very soon. Peace. Hi everyone, back already, and this is round six of the doubles event at the Niger Delta Games 2026 of the Scrabble tournament. On the screens, we have Delta going against Team Akwa Ibom. Representing Delta State, I believe, is Abel and Isioma Clement, yes. And for Akwa Ibom, we have Prestige and Covenant representing Akwa Ibom. Yes. So let's see what this game has in store. We can see the first blank of the day finding its way to Delta's back there. Would we be seeing the first move of this round as a bingo? Let's find out. Meanwhile, let's see what Team Akwa Ibom can draw from the bag. Interesting to see Team Delta here starting vertically. I mean, I might sound like a broken record by now, but it's just interests me to see when Scrabble players start vertically because I mean, most Scrabble players always start horizontally. I guess it might have some merits. It could, slightly um, maybe just disturb your opponent from playing the next move. Maybe there's for those that are not so used to it, it might make you miss certain options that you would have seen if the first move was horizontally. But who knows? So here we're seeing most likely Stained has the first move. S T A I N and E and then D. So that would be 68 points to start the game. Akwa Ibom there drawing into the J with Jioe and A. So we've gotten confirmation that there are going to be 8 rounds of the double events played today, and this is round six. And judging by the speed at which things are going, there might be a high chance that all the 8 games would be completed today. So 8 games for both the male and the female category. I'm quite done here taking their time. They have very limited options, but still options. Soja, Soja, something they might want to consider to the S instinct, or just playing JIAO next to that S, or we see them going for a G's instead. Not so favorable since the leave of AEOO doesn't look so palatable, but 27 points, bring it on. Next up, CI, THE, and OT. Okay, I think they are going for tithe here, which is a pretty nice find. Hooking Hadjis for 31 points. That will take Team Delta to 99, while Akwa Ibom is on 27 points. Before the next moves, let me see if I can take a quick peek at what the standings currently are. So as at round 5, which was just completed, Edo is leading the standings with 4 wins and 1 loss, while very closely behind in second place we have Idahosa with 4 wins and 1 loss too, but with a much lesser cumulative spread. So also we have Team Abia in third place with 3 wins and 2 losses, and think of states that have similar wins. So Edo and Bayelsa both on 4 wins, and then there are 4 states here on 3 wins. So this would make things really interesting going into the King of the Hills. So you can see, let me catch up very quickly. Kootee, Kui was the move, and without wasting too much time from a rack of Kobotts, simply plunking down con there for 35 points. Seems for Akwa Ibom here looking a bit more favorable. I think this should be average, but there's only one spot for it on the board, which looks pretty easy to spot next to the E in type. So I believe Team Akwa Ibom here should be able to spot the word average. It would play on this lane here for 79 points. They seem really close to it. Yes, and that is it arranged there on their rack. I'm sure both players are just looking for where it fits on the board. And as soon as they see that there's a lane next to the E in type, sure they're going to lock it in. So this would make things a bit more interesting. Average scoring 79 points would bring Team Akwa Ibom to 120, while Delta would remain still in the lead, but just by 14 points. All right. VTO HIT appears to be the rack there for Team Delta. There is still one tile I can't quite see yet, but as soon as I'm able to get confirmation, I'm going to lock that in. Let's take a quick peek too at the female standings and see how things are going over there. The standings as at round 5, Delta at 4 wins and 1 loss, and there are still 3 other states at 4 wins too. Akwa Ibom on 4 wins, 1 loss, Abia 4 wins, Bayelsa on 4 wins, and then it seems like the rest of the teams are left behind. Edo there still on 2 wins, Imo there on 2 wins, and Cross River on 0 wins there. So there is still one really interesting thing about the standings for the female category. As much as there are 4 teams here on the same number of wins, Delta has amassed a cumulative point difference of 121 points, and the next or the closest cumulative to that is just 313. So this might play a huge factor going into the rest of the 2 games left. So back to the current game we have on screen. Let's see what's going on here. Still Team Delta to play. And there seems to be a bit of lag there. Okay, HIC seems to be the move that was made there. So HIC looking icon scores 16 points. And now Akwa Ibom with pretty promising tiles, BOPY, UX, and L. I think they're lining, okay, I thought for a moment there was lining up box T, but BOXTY to the T in type scores pretty well. And it's something they might want to consider. The downside is it opens up the B to the triple lane. I think they might be going for something else. Still having a bit of lag here, but I'm sure we'll have that sorted in a bit. Okay, they seem to be keeping it simple. LUX being the move for Akwa Ibom. There were a lot of better scoring options, but LUX for 30 to the queue that would really slow them down. Luckily, there is at least a spot for QI on the board, but I'm sure they were hoping to pick better tiles than that. So QOBTTES, they can choose to play out a lot of their tiles, retaining the queue with things like devote or stove. Let me highlight where those options are. So right here, DEVOT can play, or STOVE here. Both moves retains the queue, maybe open for a U draw or something else to accompany that. But I think something like QAT as they are doing here is an option worth considering too. So doesn't score so well, but at least leaves VOEST, which with the right styles can yield really nice bingos. So Akwa Ibom here with BOMY, P, and T. So them lining up Bumi, but not seeing anywhere on the board for such a play. Think they could just go for BOGY through the G in average. BOGY here would score 26 points, leaving OMPT, which have a bit of synergy to it. So they seem to be taking their time on this turn, which is understandable. You would want to play something that scores well but doesn't give back too much to the opponent. And as much as BOGY makes a lot of sense, it's just opens up that triple lane for your opponent to cash in on that. So I think most likely they would prefer to play something a bit more enclosed, but yeah, they seem to be going for the BOGY move regardless, which according to me makes a lot of sense. I mean, yes, there's the threat of 9-timers or very easy plays, but you have to do what you have to do. Okay, Team Delta seems to be burning up the S that they have, going for verbs for 43 points, which I think is a really smart choice. 43 points at this stage of the game would give them a pretty good lead, a lead rather. So I don't know why almost throughout the tournament I've been mistaking lead for leave. Apologies for that mistake. I think it's worth noting though that from the move of locks, there is flock a while until either of the players draw into the F. There are still two Fs on scene, one blank on scene, which could be designated as a F. So I think that's a really dangerous spot that was opened by the move of LUX. Let's see if that would matter as the game commences. So hopefully I've not messed up anything. OMPARET seems to be what Akwa Ibom has. No bingos, but if they can use up the hook to average, there's average, averager, and averagest. So hooking average, there are a ton of options there. You could go for something simple like TROMP here, scores 42 points, leaving AE. There are other options like PROEM and so on. You could just tramp to leaving OE, scores 42 points. So I think for Akwa Ibom to score really well on this turn, they need to really lock in on the hook to average. But seems that is eluding them, and BORM seems to be the play here. This move seems to be held by Team Delta. Seem unsure of URM, but I can confirm that it is valid. And if challenged, will be an extra 10 points for the opponent. But they seem to let it go. And Delta there with OILTL and D. Scores are pretty close, 205 to 203. But yet again, I'm going to make my prediction. Although personally, I really wish for a close end game. It's been really rare to see a really close end game, except one game where we had Prestige and I think Samuel, yes, play in the final game for the silver medal. That had a really interesting end game. But aside that, most of the games have been a blowout. And some also had the trend where it's a bit close. As we are seeing now, the score is 205 to 203. And when we get to the pre-end game, it starts saying one side have really good tiles scoring with, let's say, the Z or the blank or something. So would we be seeing that trend here? I mean, personally, I'm really hoping for a closing game. It's fun to analyze and to talk about and see how the players are reacting to maybe winning sequence they missed or something. So let's see how this one goes. So I think Delta here just dropped the O. Don't quite understand. Okay, OD. Yeah, I think that was a good play. Yeah, 21 points. And Akwa Ibom now with YITE and APB. There's one sneaky play that scores 41 points. Wow. I guess it's not as sneaky as I thought. Akwa Ibom, sharp as ever, spotting the 41 points play of Piety for 41 points. Really nice find there by the Akwa Ibom players. And the best thing about this move now is it eliminates the flux hook that was present, or the flux threat that was present on the board before. I think here we're seeing a bingo of millets. There's also Mistel in that rack there. So millets for Team Delta scores 80 points. And that move seems to be working out fine for Deltas. I can cite there that they've picked one of, or the last blank of the game. But Akwa Ibom here with BAGLITE seems to have a bit promising rack. No bingos, but seems to have some prospect at the very least. Right now, the best they can do, maybe something like Gab at the top left corner of the board. 1 second, trying to see if I can highlight that. Okay, with so many limited options, they could choose to open up the board, but there's still the I float, the L float, and the likes. But Gab here doesn't do so much, but it's something worth considering, I think. You're trailing by 50, or about 60 points, I guess. 62 points. So they really need to score well and also make sure they're opening up the board, but also not just carelessly, just in the hopes of maybe bingoing themselves. So we can see they are taking their time here. They know this is a really crucial point. I can confirm that they are not missing a bingo on this turn, but still they need to really, really plan what to do here. As it stands, the D, is a float. Maybe A bingo can still come from that D. The I, the L, the M in millets are floaters too. So things aren't so bad, but ideally you would want a move that scores well and maybe opens up a seven letter word lane for a bingo too. So Gab still not so bad in my own opinion. I mean, yes, there could be parallel plays to that, but I would not be so worried about that right now. I think I'll just be fixated on trying to balance my tiles and bingo next turn if possible. Okay, they're saying Balti as the move. Has a bit of merit to it. It takes the hook C and S, but as it stands, there is only one C and one S left. But I kind of understand why you would want to make that move. And it floats an I, which you could use later on. The only thing I have against the move is it's obstructing the floaters that were already present. But I guess the N is still open and you're giving yourself an I float now. So pretty understandable. All right, taking a look at Delta's rack, WOGRI blank. All things being equal, I think Delta is very well poised to maintain the lead they have and eventually win this game. There is, in fact, a bingo to the M in millets. That is the move Wagmo. It's been a minute since I've used the highlighter to show a word here. So maybe you guys would permit me to give that a try. So there's WAG, MOIRE here. Apologies if it looks really ugly, but you get the idea. WAG more would be a bingo there. But catching up on what is happening so far, OW was played, and now I think we're saying triangle as the bingo for Team Akwa Ibom. There must be a slight breath of fresh air. Scoring 74 points. I think it's on hold. Without a challenge, this would bring Akwa Ibom to a very small lead. They would be on 338 points to Delta's 327 points. If they choose to challenge, that would extend the lead slightly further. So this move really came in clutch for Team Akwa Ibom, but still, Delta has the blank GUAII or GUAIER. Pretty synergic tiles and a move similar to what they missed. They could still play Quagmire. So real quick, let me add the extra 10 points for Akwa Ibom there. I'll take them to 348 to Delta 327. So things are getting really interesting. I think what will make this game most interesting is if Delta is unable to spot their Quagmire bingos, and then both sides are left to see who can, score the most entering into the end game. Once again, another um, time where to spot your bingo, you need to make the blank one of the heavy tiles like the Q, the Z, or the X. So having this rack and having to think that to play bingo, you have to make it a Q might seem very unlikely, but that's exactly what they needed to do. So AGUE, the move there, the absence of finding the bingo, and Akwa Ibom there with really good tiles. I can see the OZ, FE, CI, and D. So this looks like really good tiles to score a lot of points. I'm curious to see how Akwa Ibom would go about this pre-end game here. Only a 6-point difference. They are holding the Z. So would they be fixated on trying to lock down the board? The E and the U float after the move of argue seem too exposed. So would they try and shut it down? Although in that process, they would have to sacrifice some points, or they would completely ignore that and just go for the highest possible points they can get. This is exactly what makes pre-end games and end games so interesting, and really curious to see how both players here would navigate their way. Worth noting that Akwa Ibom now has about 4 minutes, although the clock seems paused. Maybe they are reconciling the scores. So Akwa Ibom has about 4 minutes, and there might be a bit of time pressure there. Delta State has 10 minutes, which is more than enough time to properly assess the pre-end game, entering into the end game. I mean, I think that E in AGUE just looks too exposed, and the downside is trying to block that E would result in not scoring well at all. And what if the bingo that Delta has is to the M in millet? So it's really difficult to decide what to do in situations like this. And okay, we're saying Fuzzy being the move there. I totally understand the reasoning behind that, but that is not a valid word. Maybe they're mistaking it for Foxy, Foxie. Fuzzy is invalid and it doesn't seem to be challenged. Okay, I think Delta here is trying a phony. This is exactly what makes the game so interesting. I did not even envision that they were going to try Triangler. So Paris, they arranged but wasn't committed. Maybe yeah, there's a voice telling them that nah, it can't be valid. But we'll see if they would eventually go for that. So first we saw Fuzzy played. There's Cozy, COZIE. I don't know why that wasn't played instead. That was a really costly phony if it was challenged, but it wasn't. So we're seeing Team Delta still go for Paris, and would we be seeing Akwa Ibom here challenge Strangler? Things are getting all the more interesting. Okay, we're seeing a challenge, so that is going to be lifted off the board. I think that must have been a really costly turn there for Team Delta. But the irony is there are still two playable bingos for Team Delta that Akwa Ibom can do absolutely nothing about. There is Rampires to the M in Millets and Upraiser to the U in Argue. So we can see Akwa Ibom here is wasting no time to even try and figure out if there's a bingo they need to block. But although this does block the U float, so dance. Okay, I think Akwa Ibom Jam must have recognized that there was operas that are available and quickly played dance there. The disadvantage is you're still trailing by a lot. And even if Delta is unable to spot their bingo, maybe they can still squeeze out a lot of points in this turn. So let me make a quick score update. 40 was played, then Phony was played, then danced. Then right now, Vampires still remains available for Delta to play if they can spot it. But with the gap, maybe they can still squeeze out a win without necessarily playing the bingo. I'm unsure, but let's see how things go. I think I'm able to spot Operator to the U here. Oh, apologies. Operator here would have been such a clutch move, but Delta was unable to spot that, and Dance there was played very quickly from Akwa Ibom, making sure it's not giving so much time for Delta to think about the bingo to the M. So the tension now is high. Can Delta spot Rampires to the M in millets? See if I can. So this would most likely win the game, although it's not entirely over. But Rampires here for 72 points would do a whole lot for Team Delta. But they're trying an interesting idea here. Just plain are setting up a bingo for them, booking EAR. I totally understand the reason to that. There's this here, and then there is this lane here. And looking at what they picked, PAISER blank, there is a really high chance here that they are going to have a bingo to both the M and the hook to ear. So, and this time around, I doubt that they would miss the bingos they have. It's just funny how you can do almost everything right, and your opponent could be missing their bingos, playing suboptimal moves. But at the end of the day, there's nothing you can do about it, and your opponent wins. Akwa Ibom here has been playing pretty well. The danced move, not a lot they could have done about it. And okay, so let's see something interesting here. This must be really tough for the Akwa Ibom players, knowing that there's almost nothing they can do to completely hinder that setup play by the Delta players. Let me see if there's anything they can actually come up with. Assuming that there are no bingos to the M in millets, what exactly could they even do here? Okay, they seem to have gone for feud, which makes some sense. And Delta, without stressing themselves too much, are simply going for primates to the M in millets. Okay, Biser. I'm pretty sure there were better plays like Sophia, Ukin, Eards. Well, are we seeing a challenge of primates? That's going to be an additional 10 points. Okay, just trying to figure out what exactly is going on here. So 1 second, primates 472 points, and I'm assuming there was a challenge. Seems to be a lot going on there. I'll have confirmation soon on what exactly is the issue. But all things being equal, primates played as the LMP there, the last minute bingo for its 2 points, and that would bring the game to a close. Looking back at the game, I think there is something worth mentioning. ECU might have been worth considering here when field was played. This sort of obstructs the opening that was made and doesn't empty. Oh, it does empty the bag anyway. So, oh, there were 4 tiles left in the bag. So, yeah, ECU would have been something worth considering. Still leaving 2 tiles left in the bag. And then when Primate is played, maybe there would be a reply there that would score really well. But there you have it. Primates played as the last move, and the final scores should be Akwa Ibom's 448 to Delta's. Sorry, Delta's 448 to Akwa Ibom's 402. What an interesting game that was right from when FOZIE was played and that phony stayed. And it was really difficult for Akwa Ibom trying to decide on how to lock down the board, yet still trying to score points and all that. So, but I think the EAR move was, a bit. I understood the idea of it, although it might not quite work if you're playing against more experienced players. But it made some sense having the M floating there and still trying to open up a lane for yourself. So wasting no time, you can see the female players are already on seats. We'll be having Delta State going against Akwa Ibom State for round 7 of the female category. I would still remain here for the analysis. So representing Delta State, we have Sophia and Kasiochuku Clement playing for Delta State, while for Akwa Ibom, here we have Basi Bueller and Edet from Akwa Ibom. So let's sit tight and see what this round 7 games from the female category has to offer. This is the penultimate round, and this round is going to decide a whole lot on who is going to win the gold medal. All right, it is the round seven game of the female category. Delta here, ready, locked, and loaded to go against Team Aqua Ibom. Both players waiting for confirmation to start, and they will begin very shortly. We had such an exhilarating game in round six of the male category, where Team Delta and Team Aqua Ibom too went into a really interesting end game, but the last minute bingo of primates seems to have ended things all for Team Aqua Ibom. Team Delta to win that round. So they're having the exact same earnings, but for the female category here, would we be seeing Team Aqua Ibom lose or win here? And maybe I think their brothers or Team Delta here would continue the same trend of winning for the female category. Sit back and let's find out. So the first set of tiles here are UATY UK. A bit ugly here, but it's the first move and you can choose to exchange if you want or try and work out what you can play from those tiles. All right, they've been able to spot Anti there for 24 points rather, retaining 8. Seems pretty standard. Aqua Ibom there with F, J, I, F, T, H, and A. With the Y that was floated for Anti, there's the option of G and also G looking Janty. I think Anti was almost like a perfect play for what Aqua Ibom there needs to play out a lot of constants they have. So G plays there and G plays there down. But okay, we're seeing this trend where um, players want to retain the huge tiles they have, like the J, the next turn hoping for a much better play. So FA8 was played, and that scored 28 points, leaving KIFT. Delta now with PULARS. No available bingos on this turn, so what options are there? Maybe just things like Ogba to the F here. ULBA is something that's considering. Okay, this is something a bit more different. We bought the ERS in an option is for 16 points if you are. Right, back to Team Aqua Ibom now with FITTJR and that T. That's three T's on this turn, but it look pretty brutal. But I guess there are a few options like the U just exposed from vault. We could play JUT through that, scoring 26 points. Not looking like there's so much more that they can do. The priority here is they need to let go of that J and at least play one of the twos. There is the option of swapping, but I mean at this point to just go for JUT returning FRITT. But yet again, choosing to retain that J, hoping they can use it to score a lot more points next turn. Um, it's a logic that is a bit flawed because the longer you keep that J, the lower your chances of actually getting a bingo. So playing G3 in the first move by now, who knows? They would have had more bingo friendly tiles. And playing out more tiles also helps too. But anyways, it's back to Delta now, having some really good tiles here. Oopersm, she has spotted, or they have spotted, Oosperm, Oosperm. And I believe this takes the front hook Z for Zoosperm. So Oosperm here for 68 points. They could play Spoken Fruits for 80 points, which is 12 points higher. Just that has a lot of risks to it. But I think I would still go for that since Oosperm would really open up the board if you um, play anything at the top. At least I would have the bottom to score. So Oosperm for 68 seems to be the option here, or the choice. That scores 68 points. And just like I said, holding on to that J is really slowing down the scoring options here for Aqua Ibom. They are J, uh, E, D, T, T, Q, and R. No vowels in sight. And the best they could possibly do is just play something like job, which is exactly what they've done. I'm really curious to see if we'll be seeing the zoo sperm hook or that spot is going to be used up. Delta taking their time here, replenishing their tiles, um, making sure they are shaking the bag properly, hoping to draw really good tiles. The two blanks on same, the Z, the X, the Q, and the whole lot of Scrabble to play. But it seems no matter how well you shake the bag, Scrabble is going to give you what it's going to give you. So AEON, retaining EOO is the best that they could do on that turn, scoring 24 points. Sad to see that you would not be seeing the Zoosperm hook. This move seems to be held by the Aqua Ibom players, who may be seeing an extra 10 points for that move. All right, no challenge there. And we are seeing a swap of all 7 tiles, perfectly understandable. The Q on that rack did not have any uh, good prospects on this board, so you might as well just change out tiles, maybe try and gun for one of the blanks or just better tiles in general. So can't fault the exchange there, and it was only a matter of time considering the choices they have made, the fruits, the far, and the likes, not letting go of that J sooner seemed to have um, slowed them down a whole lot. So 0 there for Team Aqua Ibom, and it's back to Delta now to play. They found pretty good tiles. I can see ISOE and OPE. Trying to make sure that there won't be any Z bombs later on. OPE was played pretty quickly, shutting down that spot there for a Z bomb for over 60 or 70 points. So OPE for 27 points will take Delta to 159. Aqua Ibom is on 66 points, and luckily they've drawn into the blank, but even, should I say worse or just more consonant trouble? BTC, KLV, and blank. No vowels in sight for them, and we're definitely going to see another exchange. I don't think there's any reasonable option here for them. You just have to exchange at the very best. Maybe, just maybe, CSK here is something you might consider. I mean, what exactly does this do? You retain BCLV blank. It's looking really bleak. I mean, yes, you might be relieved at seeing the blank, but yes, exactly what you have to do, change all tiles. And funny how Aqua Ibom here is struggling with consonants, but Delta here is struggling with vowels. That's exactly how Scrabble can be at times, where one man's mate is simply another man's poison. So another exchange there was pretty tough for Akwa Ibom, but not a lot they can do. So EVOE for 14 points there. All right, finally some good tiles. ZAIDET blank for Akwa Ibom. What can they do with these tiles? There are so many interesting options, but they're going for the most obvious, which is ZED. I was actually expecting maybe something like just Z8 there. But yeah, ZED is an option, just leaving AIT blank. There was in fact a four-timer that is not a bingo. In fact, two four-timers through the OP at the center of the board. See if I can highlight this. Yes, there's what there was Do Piazza as a 72 points play there and Topazin for 72. Both players would use up the blank, so playing Z for 48 points, still retaining the blank seems to be an understandable choice here. So Delta to play with KIGTOES, not details they were expecting if you're really going for a bingo. I think Kij should be their move, which is exactly what they are doing. 39 points, taking their lead to 212 to Akwa Ibom's 114. Akwa Ibom now with HAGDIT and blank. Okay, without thinking too much of it, HAG for. But there are a lot of other options for HAG on the board. I would have scored a lot more. But this scores 30 points, which is not bad at all, retaining DIT. Back to Delta now. Things seem to be going pretty fast here. Delta with GATOSE. Can't quite see the last tile yet. Oh, that was Y. So we're going for Goopy as the move there. I think Fruity, let me see if I can point this out on the board. Just OY would have been a really nice find here, scoring really well and retaining GATS. But instead, you're saying Goopy, it scores significantly less, but it's still pretty good play regardless. So the X has found its way on the Akwa Ibom Mites racks as TIX, DTL, and blank. From their last play of HAG, next to that, they can play TIX there, retaining DLT blank. That's exactly what they're doing. It's a no-brainer. Nothing scores as high as that, while keeping the blank. So 26 points there brings them about 64 points difference between Delta and Akwa Ibom. But we can see Delta here really close to the bingo. Can't quite see the last tile. But depending on what that is, there might be bingoing on this turn. Although the board is getting really choked up. Okay, so that's a B, BBAESTL. So definitely won't be saying a bingo, but still a couple of options there for Team Delta. Well, I see Bright Uzu in the chat pointing out Duetia as one of the bingos that Akwa Ibom had on their racks. No spot for it on the board as at then, I believe, but yeah, Duetia is something that Akwa Ibom could have had if the board was a bit more open. So, giveable, really nice find there. Paying out as much tiles as they can, retaining ST seems to be a very reasonable choice there. This must be very frustrating for the Akwa Ibom players with WRDLST blank. Yet again faced with a rack with no vowel. They had that twice in a row where they had to exchange two times. And now, although I doubt we'll be seeing an exchange, but it must be just so frustrating that they have been unable to play bingo of their own, despite having the blank for about 5 times now or so. But yeah, through the ingivable, it's pretty obvious there that they can play things like welds or welds, but they're going for welds instead for 24 points. And given the tiles that I'm saying that Delta has, I think there's a really good chance that they are going to bingo on this turn. I can't quite see the last tile, but there's ERT, SSA, and almost whatever the last tile is should yield a bingo on this turn. Here I can see that Akwa Ibom has drawn into the second blank. It must be nice to see, but I think the best feeling is when you're able to play a bingo with one blank and then you go into the bag and pick the second blank. So as much as you can't complain saying two blanks, but I think the best feeling is just saying that you're able to play a bingo using one blank and then you're picking the second blank. So we see starless as the bingo here for Team Delta would be the seeing a challenge. I can confirm it is valid. Starless here, and I like the placements. The same word could play to the right hand side, the exact same word, scoring 77.2, but this is a bit more defensive, doesn't give back too much to the opponent. So really smart choice by the Delta players there. Okay, so I think that has been committed and no challenge. So ENTR2 blanks. Pretty good chance here that they should be able to bingo, but would it matter any longer? The score are Delta's 339 to Akwa Ibom's 194. If my math is correct, that should be about 140 points difference. So 145 points to be exact. So a 70-point bingo here would not do so much for them. The only hope to win in this game would be a 9-timer. It's almost sure that no matter the opening that Akwa Ibom makes, the Delta players know better than to leave it. So they're most definitely going to block that lane for the 9-timers. But still, going for a bingo here at least reduces the cumulative difference. We have options like yes train to the Y in anti. There are so many bingos to the Y, to the W, in world to the T, in world for like eternity and so on. So I'm pretty sure they are going to bingo here. But I've mentioned this earlier in the stream. There is this, I like to call it the spirits when you have two blanks and then you end up playing a phony even with the countless options you had. So having too many options at times can be a problem. And let's see what this is going to be. Most likely the throne. Okay, just a quick update there. DETHRONE for 68 points. And just in case there is a very slight chance that your opponent has absolutely nothing to do to block that E, then the throne could actually give you the chance to win this game by playing the bingo through that E there for a 9-timer that would win the game for Akwa Ibom. It's a fantasy that it's very unlikely, but still worth considering that the throne there is a pretty smart choice given the fact that your opponents could have absolutely nothing to do to obstruct that opening, and then you have the exact styles to, play through that E for the bingo. There are, there are 12 tiles left in the bag, and I think they are going for NOW. NOW there scores 36 points, retaining IIIC. Not the best of leagues, but NOW scores very well, and Delta here has a solid lead, so they have not too much to worry about. Excuse me. Q has found its way on the Akwa Ibom's rack. I'm not sure they are excited to see that because they're probably hoping to still bingo to the G in groupie. But with the Q on your rack, or maybe even through the W in worlds, but with the Q there, it's going to slow you down one more move. So what can they do here? It's QII, RE, and N. Not so much. They could just dump the Q atop the F in fruit for 16 points. That still obstructs the G float, so not so advisable. I think something like keys to the S in starless. Let me draw this appropriately. QIS here still allows or still doesn't affect the W floater or the G. So maybe in a really slim probability, the Akwa Ibom could still come back with the bingo and maybe win the game. But if you see them going for IRE, I'm not quite sure the reason there. Well, holding on to that Q would only slow them down from ever getting a bingo. So not quite sure why that move was made. Yeah, both parties seem to be having a lot of vowel trouble here. Delta with AC, ID, IIC. There can still squeeze out some points from this board, even with the tiles they have. CIDS would be a really cool find if they can spot that. 1 second. Hold on. Oh, pardon. I don't even need to highlight that. That's exactly what the Delta players have spotted. And CIDS scores 31 there, leaving IIC. Really nice find there from the Deltas. Currently, there are 6 tiles left in the bag, and with 4 tiles played, there's going to be 2 tiles left after that. Is there any world that the Akwa Ibomites can still win this game? It's honestly next to impossible, especially with the Q on their rack there, which would only slow them down. You might assume that with the Q, you would have a lot of scoring options, but right now there's only one spot for the Q that scores more than 30. And if the Akwa Ibom players don't spot it now, I don't think they would be able to still come back to it in their next turn. And that is to the C in the throne. Apologies. QUOIT plays here for 34 points, but unfortunately, the Akwa Ibom players are going for 12 points, unable to spot that 34 points play. All right, MIRDIC as the final tiles for the Delta players here. It's officially tiles out, and the game is pretty much over. Delta here At 406 to Akwa Ibom's 287, all they need to do now is just end the game and try and plan maybe finish it in two moves so that they can, finish very optimally. While they figure that out, I would like to take a quick look at what the standings is like for the male category. As around six, the Edo players are leading the pack at 5 wins and one loss, while the Biosas are very closely behind, also at 5 wins and one loss. Meanwhile, at the female category here, is around six. Delta on our screens at 5 wins and one loss, while Abia State at 5 wins and one loss. And we know for sure this is going to be an extra win for the Delta players. So, would we be seeing Delta take home the gold in the doubles event as they did in the singles event? So, back to the game very quickly. Myriad was played. And turn was the reply from the Akwa Ibom players there. And with IC as the last tile, I believe CION was the last move for 10 points. And that would bring the final scores to Delta's 437 to Akwa Ibom's 302. So I've just gotten updates that round 8 is the last game for today, which is the King of the Hill, and we need all round 7 games to be compiled before we can decide who plays who. So just make sure you're hanging there. It's getting really, really tense now as the final games for today for both categories would soon be up on your screens. Looking at the standings once more for the female category, this win would really help Delta State as they would remain atop the standings, while it might be a bit devastating for Akwa Ibom as they would be further down in the standings. But as soon as the rest of the results are in, we would be able to know who is going against who and who has a shot at the gold medal for the doubles event, both in the male category and the female category. Just a quick update at those that have won or that won the singles event. We had Clinton from Edo State winning gold, Samuel from Abia State winning silver, and Perowe from Bayelsa State winning bronze. And you can see Edo State still leading the pack as at round 6. I'm sure they are gunning for another gold medal to their pockets for the doubles event. And in the female category, Delta State, having Sophia representing them, won the gold medal. Rosaline from Abia State winning silver, and Rhoda from Bayelsa State winning bronze. So would we be seeing the same trend happen for the doubles category, or would we be seeing an upset from Edo in the male category or Delta in the female category? Only one way to find out is if you stick around. The last game of the tournament will be up on your screens very, very soon. As soon as the rest of the games or results are collated, we'll be able to decide who comes up on the screens next. So stick around, grab that popcorn, go heat up your food, or grab that coffee, and I will be right back. All right. Welcome to the final round of the doubles event. On your screens, we have Edo State playing against Bielsa State. And this is a very interesting matchup we have here. Edo State currently has 6 wins and 1 loss, while Bielsa State also has 6 wins and 1 loss. So all Edo needs to do here is try and maintain um, try and win the game, of course, but if but either of these players that win the game is going to take home the gold medal for the doubles event. So very quickly, they've drawn into their tiles here. Edo has BRRBLST as their opening rack. Okay, we've seen BRR as the first move there, pretty standard for 10 points. And the buyers are there with CUTO, AI, and T. This is a winners take all matchup. And I'm super excited to see how this turns out. Representing Edo State is Clinton Imode and Eze Douglas. Meanwhile, representing Bielsa State, we have Perue and August Shannon. Perue won the bronze medal in the singles event. Meanwhile, Clinton from Edo State won the gold medal. So, would come of things? Well, let's find out. So, back to Bielsa, it's KAIT and OUT. Not a lot of inspiring options right now. You could just go for OUK at all BRR, but it seems they're going for something a bit different here. Oh, it's the exact same thing they are going for. So yeah, OUK there scoring 18 points, retaining AITT. Doesn't give back too much to the opponent, and from there you can just hope for the best. So I know they're drawing into the Z, but still no vowels. DP, LRST, and Z. At best, they could uh, use up their S, maybe token OUK for 19 points. APST there retaining PLRZ, but I think it's too early to be burning the S for too little score there. So I think maybe just exchanging retaining maybe the Z and the S is something you might want to consider. It's not like the board is wide open for the opponent to cash in on any obvious S, Z, and C. So now it's back to Bielsa to try and whip up a bit of playing on this board, although it's not looking so palatable for a lot of scoring options here. So HITSAIT is their rack, and they've gone for just HIT, only 11 points, but leaving a leave of SAIT, which isn't so bad at all. So Edo State with really good tiles there, RAZOSCE. The swap seems to have yielded some dividends, and I think ZO atop the H in hits seems like the move anyone would make leaving AREST, and you're pretty well poised to bingo next turn. So, and you're also setting up your A for Azo after that move. So Zedo scores 32 points. It doesn't just score well enough, you're also setting up places for you to bingo next turn. So uh, ZO and OH should be the move here for 32 points. All right, we see them going for something a bit longer here. I don't think this is advisable at all. The set of tiles they had were pretty well balanced. Rosette scores 40 points, but a lot could go wrong with the leave of AS there. So it's a pretty questionable move, but I understand that they're trying to score as much points as they can. Bielsa now with a bingo of their own, Sinuates and Antis are options they have on this turn. Even to the R floated in Rosette, there's Taurines there. So Ruinate, just so many options. But the easiest of them would probably just be okay, OUK and S there for Sinuate or Antis. But the highest scoring option and perhaps even the safest would be Sinuate here. Let me see if I can point that out here. Simulate here with book BA, TORT, and URE. That would score 71 points, but it seems that is evading them right now. They're going for the 67-point option of Simulate. The scores right now are Edo's 97 to Biosa's 50. All right, we might be saying a bingo reply here. Team Edo has countless options. There is WASU, the 7-letter bingo they have, WARSLED plays to Sinuated, scoring 80 points. So in the absence of that, they have Leewards, which is exactly what they're playing right now, to the A Sinuate, scoring 76 points. Yeah, it seems to be raining bingos here. Bielsa back in the lead with that play there. And Bielsa too, it's pretty good tiles. I can see the X, I, A, N, N, E, and T with the floated S as the triple word lane. They could play anti-sex there for 45 points, or moves like Xenias to the S there for 42 points. So there are a lot of options as long as they can make sure they're not playing any phony. And I think anti-sex here for 45 points, playing out as much tiles as possible is the way to go here. There's two blanks and sing and two S's, and a couple of other tiles they would love to have here. Bielsa seem to be taking their time here, making sure they are not missing a really high scoring option here. It might not be so easy to spot a word like anti-sex here, because when you have the X and the X written, you probably want to play something like taxes. That's the first thing that will probably jump at you. But the downside to that is you're retaining two ends, which could really slow down your chances of being going next turn or having good tiles. So anti-sex here or Xenias, Xenias to the S in Leewards would be the stellar plays here, and they just need to take their time and spot, which is exactly what they have done. A really nice find there from the Bielsa players. That would take their scores to 141 to Bielsa's 126. And Edo there with Grivett. Okay, lead seems to be the move there for the Edo players. They could have played longer. They had VRLIG in that same spot for 33 points, but lead retaining BRT is not a bad choice at all. So back to Bielsa now with Needon and E. Again, is going pretty closely so far. Curious to see if this would be the trend until the very end, or we're going to have a pretty big upset soon. Perhaps one of the teams having a back-to-back bingo or really high-scoring option soon. But so far, so good. Both teams are scoring pretty well. One bingo from the Edo players and and another bingo from the Bielsa players too. So now we can see them taking their time as they should, but if they are aware of the hook to sinuate, it goes to sinuated. They can play DONE down there. DONE would score over 30 points here at 31 points. They could play DNE in the same spot and so on. So I think that's where they need to be locked in currently if they want to score a lot of points on this turn. Another interesting choice is Endow to W in Leewords here, scores 30 points, retaining EEN. So their move seems to center around that spot. Would they be able to spot any of those high scoring options there? You can see Team Edo there with very good tiles, but only one tile there just messing things up, and that is the Q. So I'm sure they are looking to quickly dump the Q for their next turn and retaining BOTRS, hoping to play bingo when it's their turn. But for now, Bielsa needs to figure out what to do here with DNEEON, mostly 1 point styles, but if they can clock the simulated hook, they can whip up to 30 points here. And very nicely done by them. EEN is spotted for 31 points, retaining EON is a really good move from the Bielsa players. It seems you understand how crucial this round is and how important it is that they play their very best to try and clinch that gold medal. This is the final round, and no other chances for either teams to replay this moment. So they have to take their time and try and spot out the best moves. Very, very lovely play there of Trank. Blows up the rack a bit, but it lets go of that Q and scores really well with it too. So 48 points, retaining VODS is a lovely find. As someone said in the chat, Clinton the jam, oh yes, indeed, the gold medalist for the singles event is a really strong player here. And I'm sure the Bielsa players too are wanting to prove everybody wrong that they as well can clinch the gold medal for the doubles event. So still a pretty close game. 4 years played now. We can see Bielsa has drawn into the first blank of the day, and that is giving them a bit of confidence and hope that they could bingo very, very soon. But Edo is not so far behind. They have really good tiles too. So with VAMOI, S, and E, no bingos for them on this turn, but there are some sneaky plays that could score up to 44 points and still retain very good tiles. After spotting moves like Frank and Leeward, so I expect they could be able to spot a really nice play of a move. And you highlight that on the screen. AMOOVE scores a whooping 44 points, retaining IS, and that would do a whole lot for them. But I think they're really fixated on just playing out the bomb, leaving AISE, which, I mean, you can't fault them. There's the T float down there for IEST bingos. There's the R in Rosette floating too. So I'm sure they must feel pretty confident after the VOM move that they can come down with the bingo of their own. So VOM there was played for 32 points, and it's back to the Bielsa players now, who should most likely be bingoing on this turn with UNCOLE blank. They have bingos like clean out to the T in Glitz that would score 77 points and give them a pretty good lead. Also to the I in Gates, there was like nucleoli, which I'm sure has to do with biology and all of that. So, would they be spotting any of that? And if not, they are just simple 7 letter bingos that they can play. There's no close, there's no chill, there's flounce, and so on that they can play. So, I'm pretty sure we'll be seeing a bingo on the stand. The only question is which of those bingos would it be and how highly would they be scoring? The highest scoring bingo, as I've said, would be clean out to the T indeed. But I think they've spotted something pretty close. On close for 69 points, booking BOTORS and URE is still a pretty good find here for 69 points. That would bring the scores to Biosa's 273 to Edo's 227. And after the move of VOM, unfortunately, Edo could not find vowel consonants in the bag, and right now are having a bit of vowel trouble. So they have the IOSAIRE, and there are no bingos for them on the stern. The best they can do is just balance their tiles with OI somewhere. Okay, I think we're seeing a challenge of on close, and that's going to be 10 extra points for Team Bielsa. So from 69 points, we're going to see 79 points for them, and that will take the scores to Bielsa's 283 to Edo's 227. After all that, we'll still be seeing Team Edo here having to play OI somewhere on the board. Most likely just booking. Okay, I'm seeing another sport that they are considering here. I'm not quite sure why this. This score was 10 points. They could, get a few extra points if OI or even IO was played right here. That would score 15 points. Oh, sorry, 13 points. But maybe that would matter, maybe it wouldn't matter. We'll find out as the game goes on. All right, Barista, now it's CABLEGG. Way too many computers there. The C, the B, and two G's. But as I always say, you need to make lemonades out of these lemons. And there are a couple of options there that could balance out their tiles a bit. One thing really jumping out to me would be Google through the two O's atop the board. Google here would leave CAB. The downside is obviously it's opening up this lane for your opponents. But with a rack as clunky as this, playing something that lets go of those two G's, it scores a bit well and leaves the CAB combination, which isn't so bad, is something you might need to consider. And if you want to be really, really careful, could just shorten it to GOOG right here, retaining CABLE. So GOOG here, retaining CABLE is a move. But they seem to be going for the defensive option of playing flag. I understand the reasoning behind it. Here, a bingo here is very unlikely. Here is next to impossible. So, and they're also blocking up that bingo lane there. But it costs too little, but I think it's still a move regardless. All right, Edo now with very, very good tiles. I'm seeing AEERINS, and to the C on close, they have increase there for 72 points. And if they're able to spot that, it's going to bring them to a very slight lead against the Biosa players and keep things very, very interesting. But there are a couple of other options. To the N in on close, there's also Answerine. to the team lead, there is Resonate, and to that same team is Arsenal. And I'm pretty sure they're going to spot either of those moves. And as you can see, sharp as ever, the Edo players sporting increase there for 72 points. That will take the scores to Biosa's 309 to Edo's 298. A keenly contested game here for the gold medal. And it's back to Biosa there with BUYAGIO. Things are getting a lot more interesting here. There's still one blank on scene. The J is still in the bag, so drawing into those tiles matter and allow either of the players to win the game. Well, there's only one way we can find out, and we keep watching. So BUOY for 28 points seems to be the option here for the Biosens, and it's back to Edo now with MNFAAE and S. There is in fact a 45 points play here, and knowing the Edo players, I believe they would gladly bond that S here to score 45 points. And that's exactly what we are seeing. FAYS for 45 points here, retaining AMEN, still has a pretty good lead, which, if they draw into the blank and then there's an opening, who knows, they could still play a bingo. But even in the absence of a bingo, just having MANE to score somewhere inside the board later on, going into the end game, could be very, very favorable for them. So they seem to be rethinking playing the FAYS. I'm sure they recognize that that is the last S in this game, and they don't have the blank. So maybe holding on to that S, trying to scheme for a bingo or using it to play a really high scoring point later on in the game, something they might want to think about here. I think this is a really, really crucial point for Team Edo here. They need to take their time. They're on 309 to their opponent's 326. They need to catch up, but not just that, they need to assume the very best for their opponents, that perhaps the opponent has the blank and very good tiles, maybe even the J, which some of it is true. We can see here that the Biosans have the blank, but the rest of the tiles are not so favorable. So they need to be really smart about any decision they make here. Okay, FAYS was eventually committed by the Edo players, and now it's getting a whole lot interesting with VAWDIG blank as the tiles for the Biosa players. What exactly can they do on this turn? I mean, first they have to stay patient. The chances of bingoing are pretty slim, so you might as well just try and go for as much points as you can get in this turn. And that's exactly what they're doing. They've spotted RAW for 32 points. This brings the game very, very close. Of course, Biosa having the blank gives them a bit of an edge. But with the VDG and even the way the body is shaped, it's hard to say if that even matters anymore. I think right now the decider would be who has the or who would pick the J, because looking at the board here, we should score 38 points, and with the game this close, scoring 38 points here would mean a whole lot. It's almost as if you're scoring a bingo. I guess this is why the Edo players were considering playing FEYS or FAYS there. So that was something they could have really thought about in the last time. Because after phase there, if the opponent just struck the J for 38 points there, then it's going to be pretty devastating for them. But still, it's the Edo players' turns here, and they have Mhineoeaa. Biosa leading just by 4 points here. Both players need to be very, very careful. Although there is something worth noting. Looking at the unseen pool, there is only uh, four vowels unseen and 10 consonants there, or rather 9 consonants and one blank. So I guess they can deduce that the opponents might be in a bit of consonant trouble, and they should really hoard as much vowels as they can going into the next turn without opening up too much for the opponent. So with 8 minutes on their clock, more than enough time to try and figure out this pre-end game and make sure they don't make any rookie mistakes. So you see the opponents there just drop the M. Sure, they are keeping the H for the U on down close for next turn, but the purpose of the MOE move most likely is to block off that J spot for the opponent. So this scores 18 points, although it scores a bit too little. And let's see if the Biosans can capitalize on that little score that was made by their opponent. So they are going for just Javier for 27 points, retaining IDGP. That makes a lot of sense. You need to score as high as you can, and at least they're retaining the I just in case they have vowel trouble. In a lot of moves being played here really fast. Shirakov, AHPINEINEA. I think that's really smart. Once again, you need to recognize the trend of the tiles right now. There are not enough vowels in the bag, so you need to be really, really careful about playing too many vowels. Two tiles left on scene now. Biosa has the J and the blank, and thankfully they still have the O and I just to navigate their way around on this board. But would all that be enough? They are trailing by 13 points, I believe, and it's their turn to play. So the game is getting really close, and this is perfect for the finals where whoever wins this game would take home the gold medal. And I'm loving how tense the end game sequence here is getting. 2,000 left in the bag. DJIGDO plan. What exactly can they make in this move that would guarantee a win for them? Right now, they have options like JOE here because I think a really important thing they need to take note of is playing off the J as soon as possible. The rack is clunky enough already. There's the P there, the J, the G, and the D. So playing off Joe here, scoring a reasonable amount of points, and just having the P, G, and D to worry about seems like an option. There's also the move of Goji right here, which plays off the J too. I think those two moves are worth considering, but we can see them still holding on to that J. Well, obviously they can't get J stuck since they have the blank and a couple of options on the board. So they're going for group instead for 20 points, retaining G, I, O, and D. I believe the move has been committed, and the Edo players are wondering if they should challenge that opponent could really matter a whole lot. But at the same time, you need to make sure that your opponent is not playing a phony. So Edo is in fact challenging that, and that's going to be 10 extra points for Bielsa. I'll be very curious to see if this 10 points would matter for the final scores. Nicely found by the Edo players there. 29 points for FENI. Or would that be enough to win the game? It seems like, wait, I need to consider the fact that there was 10 extra points for the group. So now Bielsa had J, blank, OILD. Thing would be enough for Bielsa to win the game. The find of FENI was really, really crucial for the Bielsa players to win this. So coin scores are Bielsa's 440 to Edo's 427, and with the outplay of things like PADI or Prad or Drap, it's going to be a win for the Edo players. This is incredible. You can see the happiness on their faces after the move of PADI. Edo's 448 to Bielsa's 440, and we've seen Edo clinch the gold medal for the doubles event, just like they did in the singles event. A big congratulations to the Edo players there, represented as Clinton Imode and Eze Douglas. A very, very well contested game here. We had really beautiful plays from both players. On close was a bingo from the Bielsa players, Sinuate, and then the move of anti-sex box. words like leewards, rosette, trunk, increase, and all that were really crucial for Edo players to win the doubles event here. And very impressive play, and I'm really looking forward to what these players would have in store for the team events tomorrow. Edo's players winning the gold medal for both singles and doubles is an incredible feat. And not just that, in the singles event, the player Clinton went unbeaten throughout, and that was just an amazing feat by him. And here, losing only one game throughout today, the Edo players here ended the game with 7 wins and just one loss in this tournament. Big ups to them and congratulations to the Edo team. And I will have updates on what the ton of events are in the female category, and I'll see you all for the team events tomorrow. You take care. I remain your commentator, Excel Muyiwa. Have a wonderful night.